Chapter 89. Junqing, I'm asking you a question. Where's Fluffy? Yao Moen reached out to tug on the corner of Yi Junqing's clothes, but Yi Junqing brushed it away. I'm truly sorry, this prince isn't looking after cats for consort Yao. How would I know where Fluffy is? Said Yi Junqing resentfully. Warner doesn't care, you have to help me find Fluffy. Otherwise, don't eat, said Yao Moen hatefully. Then she walked over to Yi Hongyi's side without looking back. Junqing, this must be hard on you. Jin didn't know that the esteemed prince's 3 meals a day were guaranteed by a cat. Yi Hongyi picked up a strand of Yao Moen's hair and played with it. His tone was full of mockery and mockery. This subject brother will take his leave. Yi Junqing cupped his hands indifferently and turned to leave. Hey! Where are you going? Shouted Yao Moen when she saw Yi Junqing walk out of Guan Osprey Palace. Looking for a cat, said a clear voice. When Yao Moen heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. A burst of laughter came from above. Yao Moen knew that Yi Hongyi's laughter had a completely different meaning than her own. As the saying goes, a flower planted intentionally won't bloom, but a willow planted unintentionally will grow into shade. Yi Junqing originally didn't care about Fluffy's whereabouts and just wanted to hide in the imperial garden. However, he didn't expect to see Mingyu hurrying towards Pure Flower's palace while carrying the drowsy Fluffy. Out of curiosity, Yi Junqing couldn't help but follow Mingyu to Pure Flower's palace. His figure flashed and he quickly jumped onto the roof. Nyang nyang, Mingyu brought Fluffy over. I just sprayed some sleeping drug in its mouth, so it's sleeping now. As Mingyu spoke, she placed Fluffy on the table and said this cautiously. How can it be fed rat poison if it's sleeping? Go get some water to wake it up. When Yao Sulwan saw Fluffy's bulging belly, her heart was suddenly filled with hatred. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to treat Fluffy like Yao Moen and personally skin it. Nyang nyang, please reconsider. Consort Yao dotes on this cat. If it goes missing for no reason, Consort Yao definitely won't let it go. At that time, if Nyang nyang is found. Mingyu displayed the loyalty a servant should have and tried her best to dissuade Yao Moen. I don't need your nonsense. Go get it. Yao Sulwan was burning with anger and her dark eyes were filled with extreme grief and indignation. Even now, Yao Sulwan still didn't know where she had gone wrong and why she ended up like this. How could it be like this? Since Yao Sulwan had brought about her own destruction by thoroughly offending the only power she could rely on, Mingyu naturally didn't need to think for her. After all, her mission was to grab hold of Yao Sulwan's weakness and then hand it over to Bingshan, even though her goal wasn't as simple as currying favor with Bingshan. Just as Mingyu reached the palace gates, she was suddenly stopped by Yao Sulwan. No need. Bring me a knife. Yao Sulwan's voice was frightening and her face was sinister. Unconcealable killing intent burst forth from her eyes that were as black as hell. That steaming killing intent surrounded Yao Sulwan. At this moment, Yao Sulwan was like a demon from hell, causing people to feel fear at the sight of her. Nyang nyang. Mingyu's willowy brows furrowed as she looked towards Yao Sulwan in confusion. This consort wants to personally cut open its stomach and see what's inside. Yao Sulwan's slender fingers stroked Fluffy's fur like a devil's claw. Her scarlet lips curved into a cold smile. The reincarnation of that slut Imoli. Taoist priest by May. They were all liars. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether the thing inside this beast's stomach was a human or a cat. Nyang nyang, in the end, it's just a life. Mingyu couldn't bear to see Fluffy die so miserably and tried to comfort her. Are you deaf? This consort wants you to take the knife. Yao Sulwan looked towards Mingyu viciously. The light in her eyes was clearly that of a wild beast that had lost its humanity. When Mingyuk handed the dagger over with trembling hands, Yao Sulwan abruptly snatched the dagger away. Her malevolent expression was twisted beyond recognition. At this moment, the sharp dagger was pressed against Fluffy's heaving stomach. Yao Sulwan's cold eyes emitted a dark green light. It was as if she could see Yao Moen lying in front of her. She could even imagine Yao Moen posing in all kinds of seductive positions to seduce her man. Yao Moen. Go die. Yao Sulwan gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands and stabbed it down. In a flash, a blue figure flashed by. In the next second, Fluffy had already landed in Yi Juanqing's arms, safe and sound. Consortly, why are you making things difficult for a cat? Yi Juanqing couldn't imagine that the woman in front of him was the gentle, kind, and virtuous Yao Sulwan from back then. At least, that was what Imo Axayan had once said about her. Su. Esteemed prince. Why are you here? In the end, Yao Sulwan was someone who had fought her way through the inner palace, so she managed to rein in her emotions. She took a deep breath and looked towards Yi Juanqing with a stunned expression. She calmly handed the sharp blade to Mingyu. If this prince wasn't here, then Consort Yao's cat would have become a ghost under Consort Li's knife. This prince doesn't understand why Consort Li would hate this cat so much that she would want to cut open its stomach while it was still alive. Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly as countless questions arose in his heart. Since Yao Sulwan didn't know that Yao Moen had framed her, why did she hate Yao Moen so much? Perhaps he had misjudged Yao Moen for not caring about their sibling relationship earlier. What is Prince saying? This consort doesn't understand. This consort just wanted to take a good look at Fluffy. What's wrong with that? Yao Sulwan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Juanqing, the jealousy in her heart growing stronger. She really didn't understand what was so good about Yao Moxin that she could make such an outstanding man give up everything for her. This prince saw everything clearly just now. Does Consort Li still want to argue? A trace of disgust appeared in Yi Juanqing's eyes and his heart ached inexplicably. It really wasn't worth it for Mo Axayan to treat such a malicious person as her own sibling. Prince has probably misunderstood. This consort really doesn't have any ill intentions towards Fluffy. As for what Prince saw, no one would believe it. I almost forgot. Since Prince is currently residing in Guan Osprey Palace, then I'll have to trouble Prince to send Fluffy back. This consort has seen enough. Yao Sulwan smiled coldly as she looked towards Yi Juanqing. Her beautiful face had now transformed into a sinister expression. Yi Juanqing finally felt relieved. He started to believe that whatever Yao Moen did, it was always right. This prince bids farewell. Yi Juanqing had no intention of arguing with Yao Sulwan. He carried the dizzy Fluffy and strode out of Pure Flower's palace. Damn it! As Yao Sulwan watched Yi Juanqing leave, she clenched her fists so tightly that the veins on her skin bulged. The coldness in her eyes was bone-piercing. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Yi Juanqing still felt a lingering fear. If he had been a step late, he didn't know what would have happened to Fluffy. Furthermore, the kitten in her stomach definitely wouldn't have survived either. In the Imperial Gardens waterside pavilion, Yi Juanqing hugged Fluffy with heartache. There were subtle changes in his heart. Love the house, love the crow. There had to be a reason why he felt heartache for Fluffy, it was just that he didn't care about it right now. This subject concubine Yufuning greets Prince. A clear and melodious voice was like the chirping of an oriole deep in the mountains. It was pleasant to the ears and lingered for 3 days. When Yi Juanqing heard this, he looked up and saw a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes standing in front of him. Behind her was a nimble palace maid. He saw that the woman in front of him had eyebrows that seemed to be shrouded in mist. Her eyelashes were as thin as silk, and her figure was slender and graceful. Her beauty was graceful but not ostentatious. Her clear eyes looked less pure and more charming. There weren't many accessories on her hair, but every one of them was precious. The luminous pearl at her waist was especially rare. Yu Funing, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Rites, Yu Qing. She had a dignified appearance and a meticulous mind. Her red phoenix eyes seemed to have the power to see through everything and constantly emitted a sharp light. In addition, because Yu Qing was skilled in accumulating wealth, Yu Funing could be considered the wealthiest of all the concubines in the inner palace. There was a saying that money could make the devil turn millstones. Not a single matter, big or small, could escape Yu Funing's eyes. Her spies were definitely no less than Enbingshan's. Consort Xian is too polite. Please rise. According to the rules of the palace, aside from the empress, all the other concubines in the inner palace had to salute when they saw Prince. Aside from Yao Moan, all the other concubines were still very polite, Yi Junqing thought. Funing only knew that Prince's hands are used to using sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, but I didn't know that Prince would also love cats so tenderly. Yu Funing's calm eyes glanced towards Fluffy in Yi Junqing's arms. Chapter 90. Different people have different opinions. Junqing still has to send Fluffy back. Farewell. Yi Junqing was surprised by the pity in Yu Funing's eyes. In his memories, he had only met this consort Xian a few times. There shouldn't be such a deep friendship between them. I respectfully send Prince off. Yu Funing folded her hands at her waist and saluted. Only after Yi Junqing had walked far away did she slowly walk forward to help her master up. Your Highness, there's no need to say such hurtful words. The esteemed prince is probably unhappy. She tugged at Yu Funing's slightly creased skirt as she spoke in a low voice. This consort can't bear for him to continue like this. Yu Funing looked at Yi Junqing's back with boundless love and tears welling up in her eyes. Your Highness. Why do you have to do this? You clearly know that with your current status, even if he was willing to show even the slightest bit of concern, this consort would be willing to give up everything here and leave with him. This consort will never forget that brief moment we brushed shoulders on Chang'an Street. This consort knows that that brief moment was 10,000 years. In this lifetime, this consort will never have anyone else in her heart. Unfortunately, falling flowers yearn for love, but heartless water flows mercilessly. His heart has long since been stolen by Yamoshin. What this consort is angry about is that since Yamoshin is already dead, why hasn't she returned his heart to him? Yu Funing's eyes were filled with tears as her voice trembled slightly. Sho! Your Highness, don't speak carelessly. The walls might have ears. She immediately pulled on Yu Funing tightly as she looked around. What this consort is even more angry about is that after Yao Moshin left, another Yao Moan came. Yu Funing was clearly this agitated. She clenched her fists so tightly that they hurt. Your Highness, why bother with a fool? How could that Yao Moan be mentioned in the same breath as Yao Moshin? Seeing that there was no one else around, she sighed in relief. Fool. You also think that Yao Moan is a fool. Don't forget, that fool is the only one in the inner palace right now. Yu Funing restrained the deep emotions in her eyes and her cold gaze gradually turned icy. But everyone knows that Yao Moshin has a silly younger sister. How could it be fake? She frowned and looked towards Yu Funing in confusion. Everyone knows that Yao Moshin died in childbirth. But... Yu Funing coldly snorted, but before she could finish speaking, she stopped her. Nyang nyang. She looked around warily. Therefore, what everyone knows is not necessarily the truth. This consort is certain that not only is that Yao Moan not stupid, she's actually very shrewd. Right now, she's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and has His Majesty firmly in her mouth. Yao Sulwan's fall from favor actually didn't affect her at all. This fool isn't simple at all. Whenever Yu Funing thought about how Yao Moen was able to see Yi Junqing day and night, she felt even more resentment. Your Highness, you wouldn't become enemies with her, right? We don't have to. Qian Shi said worriedly when she sensed the coldness coming from Yu Funing's body. Yao Moen truly isn't worth this consort scheming. However, this consort can't just watch as Yi Junqing continues to be so dispirited. It's not worth it for a single Yao Machine. After saying this, Yu Funing strode towards the 9 winding corridors. Behind her, Qian Shi knew that whenever something related to the esteemed prince came up, her master would never be able to remain calm. This was her greatest taboo. Only when Yu Funing's figure faded out of sight did Yao Moen walk out. Her eyes were incomparably pitch black like midnight. Your Highness, why does this servant feel like there's more to Consort Xian's words? It seems like there's more to eldest Mrs. Death. Ting Yu's brows were tightly furrowed as she looked towards Yao Moen apprehensively. Let's go back. This consort is worried about Fluffy. Yao Moen's expression didn't change. When she turned around, she deliberately glanced in the direction Yu Funing had left in. Regarding that matter, Yi Hongyi had already killed everyone who knew about it and burned down the cold palace, so how did Yu Funing find out? However, in Yao Moen's heart, this wasn't important. She had never thought about clearing her own grievances because that would be meaningless. What she wanted was an eye for an eye. As for Yu Funing's feelings for Yi Junqing, perhaps this was an opportunity. It wasn't without reason that Yu residents, along with the Wang, Xia, and Huan clans, were listed as one of the 4 great pillars of the imperial court. As the Minister of Rites, Yu Qing often used ceremonies, sacrificial ceremonies, state banquets, imperial examinations, and other foreign affairs to amass wealth. Because of this, Yu Qing had the key to the national treasury. If Yu Qing colluded with the enemy, the consequences would be hard to predict. When Ting Yu saw that her master wasn't paying attention to Yu Funing's words, she quickly cut off that thought. When Yao Moen returned to Guan Osprey Palace, she saw that Yi Junqing was carefully placing Fluffy on the chaise lounge. What is Prince doing? A clear voice rang out. When Yi Junqing heard this, he turned around to see Yao Moen looking at him suspiciously. Ah. Fluffy's asleep. Keep your voice down. Yi Junqing was slightly startled. In the end, he decided not to tell Yao Moen what he had seen. With Yao Moen's vengeful personality, if she found out how Yao Sulwan had treated Fluffy, who knew what kind of shocking actions she would take? When did Prince treat Fluffy this well? Could it be that you've done something shameful? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. As she walked towards the chaise lounge, her eyes glanced at Fluffy. Nonsense, how could this prince feel shameful for a cat? This prince is tired, farewell. When he saw Yao Moen walk over, Yi Junqing immediately strode out of Guan Osprey Palace like a gust of wind. Your Highness, the esteemed prince seems to be very afraid of you, said Ting Yu sincerely. Is that so? Yao Moen looked in the direction Yi Junqing had left in with a playful expression. It's very obvious. Ting Yu nodded firmly. Go check on Fluffy. Yi Junqing also had times when he was afraid of someone. This was something that had never happened before in her memory. When Ting Yu heard this, she walked over to Fluffy's side. Only then did she realize that Fluffy was sleeping very deeply and showed no signs of waking up. How could this be? Your Highness, quickly come over, something seems to be wrong with Fluffy. Ting Yu called out anxiously. When Yao Moen heard this, she walked over to Fluffy's side. Based on her experience, Fluffy had probably been drugged. It was Yi Junqing. Impossible. Yi Junqing had always disdained this sort of lowly trick. "Yin Shui." Yao Moan immediately called out "Yin Shui." A black figure appeared in front of Yao Moan with a whoosh. It was so fast that it only took a moment for the wind to rise and fall. "Where did the esteemed prince go earlier?" asked Yao Moan solemnly. Replying, "Master, the esteemed prince saw Mingyu take Fluffy away, so he followed her to Pure Flower's palace. When he saw that Yao Sulwan was about to cut open Fluffy's stomach, the esteemed prince stopped her in time and brought Fluffy back." According to Yao Moan's instructions, no matter if it was day or night, Yin Shui was to protect Yi Junqing in secret as long as he left Guan Osprey Palace. This was also Yan Nanqing's original intention when he had sent Yin Shui to her. "Cut open his stomach." "Consortly is so heartless," said Tingyu hatefully as she looked towards Fluffy. "Yao Sulwan. Yin Shui, think of a way to investigate Chu Mingyu's background. This consort wants to know why she would willingly follow in Bingshan." Yao Moan lowered her gaze towards Fluffy, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Normally, after a cat caught a mouse, it wouldn't bite it to death. Instead, it would slowly tease it until the mouse was on its last breath. Only then would it deal the fatal blow. This Yao Sulwan was clearly still alive, but she was still very far from being on her last breath. "Yes." Yin Shui accepted the order and withdrew. Right at this time, Lu Xing rushed in from outside the palace. "Your Highness, this servant has investigated. Little young master is the illegitimate child of third madam and Zhou Qinggu. He's not old master's son at all," reported Lu Xing while gasping for breath. "The evidence is conclusive." That day, when Yao Yu had unintentionally mentioned the uncle who had sent the snow honey, Yao Moan had noticed the unnatural nervousness on Su Muzi's face. In particular, her subconscious action of pulling Yao Yu had aroused her suspicions. Replying, "Your Highness, the evidence is conclusive. What old master knows about little young master's age is younger than little young master's actual age by 3 months. This servant found the midwife who had delivered little young master at the time. The midwife said that little young master hadn't been born prematurely but was a full-term baby. Not only that, this servant had also secretly taken little young master's and Zhou Qingwu's blood and tested the blood. The 2 drops of blood had really fused together," said Lu Xing firmly. "Then why would the midwife lie to father?" asked Yao Moan with a serious expression. "Because that midwife was Zhou Qingwu's distant relative and had received quite a bit of benefits from Zhou Qingwu. However, this servant had given her even more benefits, so she was willing to tell this servant the truth," said Lu Xing truthfully. "What a bold Su Muzi. She actually dared to do this under the nose of the Prime Minister. If it wasn't for father's love for his son, he would have long thought of the clues. That's why people say that everyone has a weakness, don't you think so?" Yao Moan smiled sweetly as her beautiful eyes fell on Lu Xing. "Your Highness, should we tell old master about this?" Lu Xing looked towards Yao Moan apprehensively with a bit of anticipation in his eyes. "Of course we have to let father know. He cares so much about his son's inheritance, how could such an important matter be hidden from him?" Yao Moan had a matter-of-fact expression, but the smile in her eyes was so deep that it was hard to see through. "But if old master knew, third madam and little young master would definitely die a miserable death. Moreover, old master would also be disappointed." Lu Xing lowered his eyes. This was the first time he had doubts about Yao Moan's decision. Chapter 91. If father had really been able to bring Do Xianglan to justice, then he would still be Moan's most respected father. However, when he found out that eldest sister had passed away, Yao Zhenting very gently helped Do Xianglan up from the ground. He was extremely attentive and even ordered people to throw mother into the mass grave right in front of Do Xianglan. From that moment on, Yao Zhenting and Yao Moen, no longer had any relationship at all. Lu Xing, you are a servant of Yao residence, so there is nothing wrong with being loyal to Yao Zhenting. However, between Yao Zhenting and Ben Gong, you must make a choice. This includes Ting Yu as well. From now on, Yao Imo Wan has nothing to do with Yao Xiang residence. If you don't agree, you can leave at any time. Yao Imo Wan's expression was grave. Her deep eyes were like two vast and boundless night skies, crystal clear and bright. Lu Xing is not a servant of Prime Minister Yao's residence. Lu Xing is master's servant. I will follow master for my entire life, until the day I die. Lu Xing's eyes brimmed with tears as he firmly vowed. This servant was saved by Second Madam and is only loyal to Second Madam and Young Mississippi. As long as Young Miss says the word, this servant will climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of flames without any complaints. Ting Yu knelt down next to Yao Mo Wan and spoke with certainty. Yao Moan let out a light sigh of relief when she saw that Ting Yu and Lu Xing had resolutely replied to her. This layer of paper was going to be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to say it now. This way, they wouldn't be distracted if they worked with doubts. All of you, stand up. As for Su Muzi and Yao Yu, this consort naturally has a way to ensure their safety. You don't need to worry about this. Yao Moen took a step forward and slowly helped Ting Yu and Lu Xing up as she spoke gently. After dinner, the first thing Yi Junqing did when he stepped into Guan Osprey Palace was look towards the chaise lounge. When he saw that Fluffy was lying lazily on it, he sighed in relief. Prince, the meal has been prepared. Nyang Nyang is waiting for you to eat together. When Ting Yu saw Yi Junqing standing at the palace gates hesitantly, she immediately called out to him. Once Yi Junqing sat down at the table, Ting Yu tactfully retreated. Yao Moen picked up the wine pot by the side of the jadeite table and slowly got up to walk to Yi Junqing's side to pour him a cup of fine jasper wine. You didn't poison the wine, did you? Yi Junqing lifted his brows. Ever since he moved into Guan Osprey Palace, this was the first time Yao Moen had acted so friendly. There was a saying that when something abnormal happened, there must be a reason behind it. Yao Mo Wan's current behavior was very abnormal. Would Moen be that kind? Yao Moen poured herself a cup. Good intentions. Yi Junqing was a bit confused. Yao Moen's way of thinking always differed from his. If poisoning him was considered having good intentions, then if Yao Mo Wan had bad intentions towards him, he really didn't dare to think about it. Of course. Moen doesn't want to send Prince to reunite with eldest sister. Moen has always been sinister and scheming since she was a child. Yao Moen had originally prepared a bunch of words of thanks to Yi Junqing for saving Fluffy. Unfortunately, Yi Junqing's first sentence ruined what was supposed to be a beautiful atmosphere and the two of them immediately started arguing with each other. Can you not speak so harshly? Don't you know that sincerity can move the heart and the person will respond with sincerity? Yi Junqing was extremely speechless, but he still raised his wine cup. Sincerity. No. In the past, Moen only knew how to deceive herself and others, but now, she had learned how to deceive others. That's why Prince's request is also very harsh, said Yao Moen with a shrug. Then she raised her wine cup towards Yi Junqing. For a split second, Yi Junqing felt like he should just flick his sleeves and leave after hearing this. However, what surprised even Yi Junqing was that he actually followed Yao Moen's actions and raised his cup, then finished the wine in the cup. It seemed that Yao Moen had really trained him. Actually, what sort of grudge do you have with Consort Li? She seems to hate you a lot as well. Yi Junqing put down his wine cup and turned to look towards Yao Moen. For a moment, he actually felt that Yao Moen was very similar to Ma Xin. That bright and beautiful face seemed to always hide a mystery that he couldn't touch. She just doesn't look pleasing to the eye, but I'll make her hate me even more. Yao Moen lifted the blue glazed orchid wine pot, poured herself a cup, and drank it in one gulp. You wouldn't be planning on doing anything to her, right? She seems to be in a very miserable state right now. Losing a child, losing favor, and being demoted to a consort. In Yi Juanqing's eyes, or perhaps in most people's eyes, Yao Sulwan was indeed very miserable. However, in Yao Moen's eyes, this was nothing. Compared to everything she had endured, this was nothing more than a feather. See, Moen said that you two had an affair, but you just have to be stubborn. Yao Moen drank her third cup of wine, then leaned over the table and tilted her head to look towards Yi Juanqing. Her curly eyelashes blinked, and the light in her eyes was like a gentle breeze that tickled one's heart. You. What are you looking at? Yi Juanqing swallowed hard. He didn't dare to meet Yao Moen's gaze, so his entire body seemed extremely uneasy. You're blushing. It seems that you're feeling guilty. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a beautiful smile. The beauty was slightly tipsy, and her cheeks were red. Any man would have such thoughts when they saw this. You. Aren't you also red? Who doesn't drink to their head? Yi Juanqing immediately covered his face as he continued to explain boldly. Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yi Juanqing's helpless expression. What are you laughing at? You're blushing when you drink, what's so funny? Yi Juanqing's expression turned red. He suddenly felt like he had been teased. Right at this time, Ting Yu's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, Consort Xian sent Qian Shi to bring over a cup of nourishing ginseng soup. Ting Yu's tone was clearly questioning. And, bring it in. Yao Moen stopped teasing and said solemnly. When she finished speaking, the palace doors opened and Qian Shi walked in respectfully with a box of food in her hands. This servant Qian Shi kowtows in salute to the esteemed prince and consort Yao. Her clear voice was decisive and straightforward. Yao Moen carefully examined Qian Shi. Among the four noble consorts, Consort Xian was the most intelligent and shrewd, so a palace maid trained by her naturally wouldn't be bad. If she hadn't discovered that Yu Funing had fallen in love with Yi Juanqing today, she might have left her until the end. Rise. For Yao Moen, back when she was in a high position, these four consorts had more or less played tricks behind her back. However, she didn't hate them. If one didn't act for themselves, the heavens would destroy them. So even though there wasn't any hatred between them, Yao Moen still wanted to use these four noble consorts to attack the Wang, Xia, Yu, and Huan clans behind them and shake the foundations of Great Chu. As the saying goes, ambitious and ruthless people emerge in troubled times. This was a necessary condition for Yi Juanqing to soar into the heavens, as well as the only way to send Yi Hongyi to hell. Reporting to Consort Yao, this ginseng soup was specially ordered by my Nyang to the imperial kitchen's chef. Using 1,000-year-old ginseng as the base, it was slowly simmered for 6 hours. It is an excellent tonic, I hope Nyang will kindly accept it. Qian Shi was humble and polite, her tone appropriate. Then it's definitely something good. Yao Moen's gaze was pure without a trace of impurity. Yi Juanqing's lips couldn't help but twitch. She really got into character so quickly. It's naturally the best if it's sent to Guan Osprey Palace. Qian Shi nodded slightly. And, His Majesty said that the best things should be used where they're needed the most. Juanqing, go bring Fluffy over. She needs nourishment right now. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Juanqing innocently as her lips curved in a bright smile. Yi Juanqing had just taken a mouthful of porridge and almost choked. Cough cough. You. What did you say? Yi Juanqing's eyes were fixed on Yao Moen's peerless appearance. He could deeply feel that the more harmless Yao Moen's appearance was, the more black-bellied her heart was. I'm so close to you, can't you hear what I'm saying? I want you to bring Fluffy over. Hurry up. As Yao Moen spoke, she pulled Yi Junqing up. Got it. Yi Junqing sighed and angrily walked over to the chaise lounge. He picked up Fluffy unwillingly and walked back to Yao Moen's side. What's your name again? Yao Moen turned to look towards Qian Shi. Replying Consort Yao, this servant is Qian Shi. Qian Shi's expression didn't change, but she was actually extremely shocked. She couldn't imagine that the esteemed prince who had once commanded the winds and clouds and galloped on the battlefield would actually be ordered around by a fool. This was practically an insult to the esteemed prince. Chapter 92. Not drinking. Yi Junqing resisted the urge to go berserk and said through gritted teeth. At the side, Qian Shi almost fell over. How could she? How could she let the esteemed prince drink something that a beast had drunk? Qian Shi couldn't imagine just how much the esteemed prince had suffered after living in Guan Osprey Palace for so long. Good intentions aren't rewarded. You should know that I don't give something this good to just anyone. Yao Moen glared at Yi Junqing, then took Fluffy and stroked it gently. She didn't give it to just anyone, she gave it to a beast. Yi Junqing clenched his teeth until they hurt. Only after Qian Shi left did Yi Junqing look towards Yao Moen hatefully. Why are you bullying this prince? If I didn't bully you, why would anyone stand up for you? Yao Moen said disapprovingly. Are you going to do something bad again? Yi Junqing suppressed the anger in his eyes and asked suspiciously. You guessed right, something very, very bad. How about it? Are you interested in participating? Yao Moen's cherry lips suddenly curved up into a brilliant smile. Are you crazy? Yi Junqing rolled his eyes at her. That's right. How did you know? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. When Yi Junqing heard this, he slid down from his chair. As she walked through the corridors of the Imperial Garden, Su Muzi thought that if it wasn't for Yao Moen, she probably wouldn't have had the chance to walk through the Imperial Palace. However, she was a bit apprehensive about Yao Moen suddenly wanting to see her. Even when she stepped into Guan Osprey Palace, Su Muzi still felt like it was a bit unreal. Shu mother, quickly come in. Tingyu, go to the Imperial kitchen and prepare some delicious pastries. I'll bring them back for Shu mother in a bit. Yao Moen looked towards Su Muzi with a modest smile, then glanced meaningfully at Tingyu. Tingyu understood tacitly and left the main hall, closing the door behind her. This commoner woman kowtows in salute to Consort Yao Nyang Nyang. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang may be blessed. In her memories, Yao Moen had always been this gentle. Although she only had the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child, there wasn't anything bad about it. At the very least, she wouldn't rely on the authority of the Prime Minister residence to bully people. Shu mother, why are you so polite? Quickly, get up. Yao Moen took 2 steps forward and pulled Su Muzi over to sit down. She casually pushed the freshly brewed tea in front of Su Muzi. Thank you, Consort Yao. Su Muzi held the teacup nervously. Just by smelling it, she could tell that it was an extremely good tea. This was a good tea that she, as a maidservant, would never be able to drink in her entire life. Shu mother, there's no need to be nervous. Moen only asked you to come here to give you a clear path. Yao Moen didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. When Su Muzi heard this, she was shocked. Then she looked up at Yao Moen in disbelief. Shu mother should have already guessed Moen's current state, right? Yao Moen smiled sweetly, her eyes as warm as water. Su Muzi gripped her teacup tightly with both hands and stared blankly for a long time before she spoke. When you are told this common woman that the method was taught by Nyang Nyang, this common woman felt that Nyang Nyang was no longer the third miss of that time. Now it seems that Nyang Nyang has truly recovered her clarity. This is worthy of celebration. Su Muzi did not refute this and respectfully replied. As expected, Shu mother is intelligent. This is yours good fortune. Yao Moen lifted her teacup and took a small sip. It is yours good fortune to have an older sister like consort Yao. Su Muzi had maintained a humble attitude the entire time and was very careful when she spoke. Shu mother is truly the same as Wanner's mother, always so cautious. It makes one's heart ache to see you like this. A trace of sorrow flashed through Yao Moen's heart. Whether it was her mother or Su Muzi, they shouldn't have been like this. For people as lowly as them, when faced with power, other than compromising and allowing themselves to be trampled upon, what else could they do? Su Muzi only listened quietly and didn't interrupt. There's no wall in this world that doesn't have a crack. Regarding Yao Yu's identity, you can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. If one day, father finds out the truth, what do you think he will do? Yao Moen took a deep breath and got straight to the point. When Su Muzi heard this, the teacup in her hand fell to the ground with a bang and her face instantly paled. Nyang Nyang. This common woman doesn't know what Nyang Nyang is talking about. Su Muzi's entire body trembled. As she spoke, her legs slumped to the ground. If you don't know what Moen is talking about, then why are you kneeling? Since I'm able to say these words, then I naturally have complete confidence. Does Shu mother still need to quibble? Yao Moen got up and slowly helped Su Muzi up. Her voice was still as gentle as the wind. Nyang Nyang. Su Muzi swallowed hard and was forced to sit back down on the chair. She didn't dare to look directly at the woman in front of her. At this moment, she deeply felt that the current consort Yao was like a completely different person from the innocent third miss of the past. Shu mother was probably forced by father, right? In reality, the person Shu mother likes is that physician Zhou Qinggu. Could it be that you've never thought of taking Yao Yu and running away with him? Yao Moen's words had always been concise. She didn't need to probe Su Muzi's thoughts. If Su Muzi was the kind of woman who lusted after riches and honor, then she wouldn't have anything to do with that Zhou Qinggu, much less treat the snow honey that Zhou Qinggu sent as a treasure. Nyang Nyang is wise, this common woman was forced. Long before Lord wanted this common woman and Qing Wu had already pledged to marry each other and I was pregnant with Qing Wu's child. This common woman didn't dare to resist and didn't dare to tell Lord the truth. Su Muzi sobbed uncontrollably as she recalled the past. That must be the case. You and this consort's mother are both people with bitter lives. It's a pity that mother has already passed away. Moen only hopes that Shu mother can live the life that she wants. If this consort gives you a chance, would Shu mother choose to leave Yao Xiangfu? Yao Moen's bright eyes were like the resplendent stars in the sky, suddenly illuminating Su Muzi's dead heart. Nyang Nyang. Nyang Nyang, what do you mean? Su Muzi raised her eyes excitedly and looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. This consort will arrange for you, and Zhou Qinggu to leave the imperial city. This consort will also guarantee your safety and give you enough silver to live. How about it? Yao Moen said bluntly. If that's really the case, then this common woman will shed tears of gratitude. Su Muzi was a person who valued relationships. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank were just fleeting clouds. She just wanted to take Yuer and live peacefully with the person she loved. Now that Yao Moen had given her this kind of opportunity, she had to give it a try no matter what. Since that's the case, bring Yuer to the imperial palace tomorrow. This consort naturally has arrangements. The corners of Yao Moen's lips hooked up. Her sincere and calm smile made Su Muzi trust her without any reason. Around 5:00, Yao Moen was just about to instruct Tingyu to prepare dinner when Qian Shi suddenly arrived. Reporting to Consort Yao, my family's Nyang Nyang has already prepared dinner and specially had Qian Shi invite Consort Yao to Fragrant Steps Pavilion for a small gathering. Esteemed prince, please come with us so that you won't have nowhere to eat. Qian Shi bowed respectfully in a humble manner. Small gathering. Yao Moan widened her eyes as she looked towards Tingyu in confusion. Nyang Nyang, it's Consort Xian Nyang Nyang who's inviting you to her place for a meal. Tingyu explained in a simple and easy-to-understand manner. All right. There'll definitely be a lot of good food. Tingyu, how about we bring Fluffy as well? Yao Moan tugged on Tingyu like a spoiled child. Fluffy has already fallen asleep. Consort Xian's intention is to bring the esteemed prince as well. Otherwise, he won't have anywhere to eat, continued Tingyu. Bring Junqing. But what if Fluffy wakes up and goes to look for him? Yao Moan looked towards Tingyu. Nyang Nyang, don't worry, Fluffy won't wake up that quickly. How about we bring the esteemed prince? At the side, although Qian Shi's expression didn't change, she was actually a bit displeased. No matter how one looked at it, it felt like the esteemed prince wasn't even as noble as a cat. All right then. Yao Moan nodded reluctantly. If Guan Osprey Palace didn't prepare a meal, then he really wouldn't have anywhere to eat. More importantly, he really wanted to know who Yao Moan found displeasing to the eye this time. When they arrived in front of Fragrant Steps Pavilion, Yao Moan smelled the faint fragrance of orchids. The fragrance was elegant and leisurely. It made one feel relaxed and relaxed. In the entire inner palace, Yu Funing was probably the only one who had the ability to fill the entire palace with this fragrance day and night. It had to be known that this fragrance didn't come from perfume, but from real orchids. Chapter 93. This concubine greets the esteemed prince, greets Consort Yao. When she saw the azure figure appear in the main hall of Fragrant Steps Pavilion, Yu Funing instantly felt a wave of spring breeze caress her face, and it was refreshing and warm. That face was like that of a divine general, and it caused one to be intoxicated with a single glance and be unable to free themselves. You're also a noble consort, so why are you bowing? Yao Moan looked towards Yu Funing in confusion. Your Highness, you're a noble consort with this surname, so your rank is one rank higher, explained Tingyu in a small voice. Bowing back and forth is the most troublesome. Hurry and get up, where's the good food? I'm hungry. Yao Moan happily pulled Yu Funing up with an impatient expression. Consort Yao, please come inside. The moment Yao Moan pulled her up, Yu Funing finally began to carefully examine this harem's pampered fool. Her appearance could be said to be stunning, but her actions were like those of a child. The exquisite table made of jade and turquoise glowed faintly under the candlelight. The delicacies on the table were dazzling and dazzling. Not only were the 20 dishes bright and fragrant, but the designs were also complex. It was clear how much effort had been put into them. Esteemed prince, please sit. Consort Yao, please. When Yu Funing had heard Qian Shi describe Yi Juanqing's pitiful state in Guan Osprey Palace, she really wanted to charge straight to Guan Osprey Palace and fiercely slap Yao Moan. However, with her status, she could only think about it. Consort Xian is considerate. Then Junqing will respectfully accept. As they walked, Yi Junqing coldly watched Yao Moan's every move. If it wasn't for the fact that he deeply understood how black-bellied she was, he really might have been fooled by Yao Moan's current appearance. Naive and unaffected. Pa. You sit to the side. I want to sit here. Before Yi Junqing could sit, Yao Moan pushed him aside and sat down on the main seat. Yi Junqing hadn't expected Yao Moan to suddenly push him and instantly stumbled. By the time he steadied himself, his face had already turned pale. Prince, are you all right? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Yu Funing would never have imagined that Yao Moen would treat Yi Junqing like this. For better or for worse, he was still a prince, yet she didn't feel any fear at all. For a moment, Yu Funing hated Yi Hongyi to the core. If it weren't for his slander, Yi Junqing wouldn't have ended up like this. If it wasn't for his favor, Yao Mo Wan wouldn't be this arrogant. Forget it, this prince is fine. Yi Junqing took a deep breath before replying awkwardly. Qian Shi, pour some wine for his highness. Yi Junqing's reaction caused Yu Funing's heart to ache to the extreme. He had once been an all-powerful king, but now he was being bullied by a fool. Even she, a bystander, couldn't bear to watch this. At the side, Qian Shi accepted the order and poured a cup of fine wine for Yi Junqing. The moment the cup was filled, Yao Moen snatched it away. Ting Yu, this wine smells very good. Yao Moen didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed after taking someone else's things and was even chatting and laughing with her maid. This was something that Yu Funing couldn't tolerate. Consort Yao, if you want a drink, you should let your personal palace maid serve you. How could she snatch His Highness' wine cup? Yu Funing clenched her teeth in anger. She had originally set up this banquet to see just how wronged Yi Junqing would feel, but now it seemed that Yao Moen's actions were even worse than Qian Shi's report. It's fine, he's already used to it, right? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently, a hint of playfulness in her pure eyes. Consort Xian doesn't need to mind, this prince will just get another cup. After all, this wasn't Guan Osprey Palace, so Yi Junqing endured Yao Moen's deliberate provocation. At this time, Qian Shi had already poured another cup of wine and placed it in front of Yi Junqing. During the banquet, every time Yi Junqing wanted to pick up some food, Yao Moen would beat him to it. For 2 hours, Yi Junqing practically hadn't eaten anything. Every time Yu Funing spoke up, Yao Moen would block her with an innocent expression on her face. Junqing, you're pretty much done eating, so you should head back first. Fluffy should be awake by now. Just as Yi Junqing was about to raise his chopsticks, Yao Moen suddenly snatched them away from him. Yi Junqing's lips twitched when he saw Yao Moen snatch his chopsticks away. In the end, he chose to take a deep breath. What does Fluffy waking up have to do with Prince? Yu Funing was at the end of her patience and her voice was no longer as calm as it had been at the beginning. He's Fluffy's personal bodyguard. Wan gave him the title. What do you think? Impressive, right? When Yao Moen sensed Yu Funing's overflowing anger, an indescribable feeling flashed through her heart. Ahem. Many thanks for Consort Xian's hospitality today. This prince still has matters to attend to, so farewell. Yi Junqing was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from falling out with Yao Moen. It was one thing for her to oppose him normally, but now she was humiliating him in front of outsiders. This was truly outrageous. Perhaps even Yi Junqing himself hadn't realized it, but in his heart, Yao Moen was already different from the other consorts in the inner palace. When Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing was about to leave, she immediately got up and hurriedly chased after him. She only returned after sending him off with her eyes until he disappeared into the night. The rest of the banquet was dull and dull. No matter what Yao Moen said, Yu Funing kept thinking back to Yi Junqing's figure when he had just left. Loneliness, desolation, and faint sorrow. Whose fault was all this? Yao Moen. No, it was Yi Hongyi. If he hadn't schemed against Yi Junqing, he wouldn't have been reduced to being the bodyguard of an animal, and wouldn't have been ordered around by an idiot. She couldn't let Yi Junqing continue to be this dispirited, she couldn't. The food here is so delicious, can I bring some back for Fluffy? While Yu Funing was deep in thought, Yao Moen put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked towards Yu Funing pleadingly. Consort Yao, don't you think that you should also bring some back for the esteemed prince? When Yu Funing saw Yao Moen's naive appearance, she felt extreme hatred. Did she think that she was worthy of bullying the esteemed prince? Did he not eat his fill? But it doesn't matter. In any case, he's always like this in Guan Osprey Palace, so it doesn't matter if he goes hungry. I want to bring some back for Fluffy, alright? Replied Yao Moen absent-mindedly. Qian Shi. Pack all of this back for Consort Yao. Yu Funing's tone was icy cold. Once Yao Moen left, Yu Funing abruptly flipped over the phoenix table, flames burning in her eyes. Your Highness, who does she think she is to dare treat the esteemed prince like this? Qian Shi, do you know that this consort really wanted to slap her just now? Could it be that she doesn't know that she's just an idiot? The esteemed prince isn't someone she can blaspheme. Yu Funing clenched her fists tightly as rage filled her heart. She's an idiot, but if the esteemed prince doesn't want to, who would be able to order him around? In the end, it's the esteemed prince who's given up on himself. Qian Shi analyzed the situation as sorrow flashed through her eyes. Qian Shi. This servant knows her wrongs. Qian Shi was well aware of her master's feelings for Yi Junqing, so she definitely wouldn't want to hear the truth. Forget it, this consort won't let Yi Junqing continue to be this dispirited. He definitely can't. Yu Funing clenched her teeth as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Your Highness, what do you want? When Qian Shi sensed Yu Funing's abnormality, she looked towards her master worriedly. He's dispirited because there's no hope left in his heart. If he found out the true cause of Yao Moxin's death, do you think he would still, Your Highness? You absolutely can't do this. If he finds out, he'll probably go against the heavens. Qian Shi's expression was tense as she immediately turned around and closed the palace doors tightly before returning to Yu Funing's side. Going against the heavens is better than being a cat's bodyguard. Yu Funing roared fiercely. But have you ever thought about what would happen if he couldn't go against the heavens? Qian Shi knew that whenever Master encountered matters related to the esteemed prince, she would get a bit too worked up. Otherwise, with Master's intelligence, how could she say something so ridiculous? As long as he wants it, this consort will do everything in my power to help him. Rather than watch him continue to be dispirited like this, it's better to give it a try. At that time, this consort might have a chance. A trace of hope flashed through Yu Funing's icy eyes. Yao Moxin was already dead, so there were no more obstacles for her. Your Highness, this servant understands your feelings towards the esteemed prince, but even if you want to do everything in your power, you still need to see the esteemed prince's reaction. Why don't you test him first? If the esteemed prince is willing to investigate the cause of Yao Moxin's death, then it wouldn't be too late for us to make plans then. Qian Shi only wanted to calm Master down first. She had to report this sort of heaven-defying matter to the Master. You're absolutely right. Go and arrange this. This consort wants to see the esteemed prince's reaction with my own eyes. Yu Funing's eyes were as sharp as blades as she ordered coldly. Chapter 94. Your Highness, these are the pastries you wanted. After leaving Fragrant Steps Pavilion, Tingyu had been sent to the imperial kitchen by Yao Moen. At this time, Tingyu was walking in with a box of food. And, send it to the East Wing. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Just as Tingyu was about to step out of the main hall, Yao Moen suddenly got up and stopped her. She took the box of food and walked to the East Wing alone. The bright moon shone brightly, sprinkling down a soft silk-like light. Yao Mo-wan walked lightly around the corridor and walked to the door of the side room. Just as she was about to knock, she suddenly heard soft moaning coming from inside. How could there be such a domineering and arrogant woman like you in this world? There should be a limit to how much you can bully people. Did this prince come here just to be bullied by you? Preposterous. Who asked you to laugh? Yao Moan's lips curved slightly as she listened to the low curses coming from inside. She never knew that the Yi Junqing she knew had such a childish side to him. Back then, he had truly suppressed himself too much. Cough cough. Yao Moan deliberately coughed, then placed the pastries in front of the door and turned to leave. When they heard that cough, the cursing stopped. After a long while, the door opened and Yi Junqing glanced at the pastries at his feet. His expression instantly darkened. The next day, Su Muzi brought Yao Yu to the imperial palace as promised. Older sister Wanner, I missed you. The moment they entered Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Yu jumped into Yao Moan's arms happily. Older sister missed you too. Shu mother, sit. Ting Yu, brew some tea. Yao Moan casually pulled Yao Yu to her side. Her clear eyes carefully sized up the 4-year-old boy in front of her. She couldn't help but admit that she couldn't find any trace of her father on this boy's face. Nyang nyang. On her seat, Su Muzi looked towards Yao Moan apprehensively, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ting Yu, take Yao Yu to the imperial garden to play. This consort has something to say to Shu mother. Yao Moan had already arranged everything and was just waiting for the fish to take the bait. After Yao Yu left, Yao Moan handed the teacup to Su Muzi. Many thanks, Your Highness. Su Muzi accepted the teacup uneasily. Actually, this consort really likes you. It's his fortune to be able to leave Prime Minister Yao's residence. Otherwise, if this matter is exposed, he'll be the most pitiful one. After all, the child is innocent, said Yao Moan indifferently. With just a few words, Su Muzi's resolve was solidified. This common woman will never forget the Empress's great kindness. As long as the Empress commands, this common woman will definitely do it. Su Muzi put down the teacup and carefully knelt in front of Yao Moan. Now that things had reached this point, there was no way for her to turn back. More importantly, she had never thought of turning back. If Shu mother truly has the heart to thank Moan, then help Moan put on a show, alright? Yao Moan slowly helped Su Muzi up, her voice gradually becoming gentler. When Su Muzi heard this, she couldn't help but look towards Yao Moan in confusion. Beside the Jade Water Lake, Ting Yu instructed Yao Yu a few times. She only turned around and left after making sure that Yao Yu understood her words. Empress, walk a bit slower. Since Third Madam has entered the palace, she shouldn't be leaving so quickly. In the imperial garden, Mingyu hurriedly followed Yao Sulwan's footsteps as she spoke worriedly. The rules of the palace stated that when relatives entered the palace, they had to report to the various palaces. When Mingyu told Yao Sulwan that Su Muzi had brought Yao Yu into the palace, Yao Sulwan, who had been circling around Pure Flower's palace for the past few days, suddenly ran out as if she had gone mad. Empress! Mingyu hadn't expected that Yao Sulwan would suddenly stop and almost bumped into Yao Sulwan. She actually dared to bring this lowly bastard in. When Yao Sulwan saw Yao Yu paddling in the water beside the Jade Water Lake, the hatred in her heart suddenly boiled. Empress! Mingyu subconsciously called out when she felt the coldness radiating from Yao Sulwan's body. This consort came out in a hurry and didn't bring a silk handkerchief. Go get it for this consort. Yao Sulwan took a deep breath and ordered coldly. The servant girl that had followed her for 7 years dared to trick her, so this Mingyu definitely couldn't be trusted either. Yao Sulwan thought. This servant will go now. Mingyu deliberately ignored the silk handkerchief in Yao Sulwan's hands and respectfully retreated. When she saw that there was no one around, Yao Sulwan's eyes turned cold and she walked towards Yao Yu viciously. Little bastard. This consort is asking you, was it that lowly bastard Yao Moan who hid you in Guan Osprey Palace that day? The cold voice contained a bone-piercing chill. In the past few days that Yao Sulwan had locked herself in her room, she had been thinking about everything that had happened recently. These things looked like coincidences, but Yao Moen seemed to be involved in all of them. First, Yao Moen had brought back the missing Yao Yu. Then, there was the saffron incident. Yao Moen also seemed to have appeared at the wrong time. Then, there was the fact that Yao Moen actually knew that swindler by May. There were many other things that seemed suspicious now that she thought about it. She suddenly had a thought. Was that Yao Moen really stupid? Even though she felt that her thoughts were laughable, she really didn't know how to explain these coincidences. Who are you? Yao Yu only lifted his head to glance at Yao Sulwan before continuing to play in the water, ignoring her. Are you blind? This consort is your second older sister, shouted Yao Sulwan angrily. You're that lowly bastard's second older sister? Then what are you? Yao Yu lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Sulwan with a face full of disdain and ridicule. It was very hard to imagine that a 4-year-old child would say such harsh words. Yao Sulwan was instantly infuriated and her expression became unreadable. What a good little bastard, you actually dare to scold this consort. Don't think that just because father dotes on you that you can be out of control. This is the imperial palace. Someone like you dares to talk back to this consort. As Yao Sulwan spoke, she abruptly walked forward and grabbed Yao Yu's collar, forcefully dragging him in front of her. Ah! Just as Yao Sulwan was about to let go of Yao Yu, she felt a sharp pain on her wrist. When she turned her hand back, she saw that there was a needle mark on her wrist. You! What about me? Yu has grown up. No one dares to bully Yu, and no one dares to bully mother. Yao Yu stood in front of Yao Sulwan, his large eyes filled with hostility. Take out the needles. How could Yao Sulwan be willing to be bullied by a child? She abruptly walked forward and grabbed Yao Yu, shaking him with all her might. Go away. Go away. Yao Yu panicked slightly when he saw Yao Sulwan pouncing at him like a mad dog. He immediately took out the silver needles from his pocket and stabbed them at Yao Sulwan with all his might. Right at this moment, Su Muzi's anxious voice came from the arched bridge nearby. This call suddenly made Yao Yu remember what Ting Yu had just told him. Thus, before Yao Sulwan could react, Yao Yu suddenly turned around and jumped into Jade Lake. The lake splashed and Yao Sulwan instinctively covered it with her sleeves. By the time she pulled back her sleeves, the lake had already calmed down. Chapter 95. Second Miss. You can't leave. Return my ewer. Return my ewer. Seeing that Yao Sulwan was about to leave, Su Muzi suddenly hugged Yao Sulwan's legs, tears pouring down like a flood. I already said it's none of my business. He jumped down himself. He doesn't know how to swim. Yao Sulwan's face paled slightly and her voice grew weaker. Ewer doesn't know how to swim. How could he have jumped down himself? Second Miss, you have such a malicious heart. This commoner woman won't let you off even if I die. Someone come. Save Ewer. Su Muzi hugged Yao Sulwan tightly the entire time. Right at this time, Yao Moen brought Ting Yu and Lu Xing running over. Shu mother. What happened? Yao Moen looked in shock at Su Muzi who was hugging Yao Sulwan tightly on the ground. Third Miss, you have to uphold justice for this commoner woman. Second Miss, she personally pushed Ewer into the water. Ewer. Mother is coming to accompany you. The moment Su Muzi heard Yao Moen's voice, she suddenly let go of Yao Sulwan and charged straight into Jade Lake. Not good. Third Madam doesn't know how to swim. When Lu Xing saw this, he immediately stepped forward and pulled Su Muzi back. You said Ewer fell into the lake. How could it be like this? Second older sister, why did you push in? Someone come quickly. Save him. Yao Moen hurriedly ran to the lakeside, tears streaming down her face. Not long after, the imperial guards that rushed over all jumped into Jade Lake. However, even after searching for a long time, they didn't find Yao Yu's figure. There was only a pair of purple satin boots by the lakeside. What happened? Yi Hongyi, who had rushed over after hearing the news, walked to the lakeside with heavy steps. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yuer fell into the lake. Wah wah. I beg you to save Yuer, all right. Moen only has this one deity, father only has this one son. Ah. Wah wah. Wanner doesn't want anything to happen to Didi. Yao Sulwan had just opened her mouth when Yao Moen seized the opportunity. Where is he? You still haven't fished him out. Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moen into his embrace with both hands, his sharp eyes fiercely glaring at the leader of the guards. Replying to Your Majesty, this subordinate has already ordered people to go down and search, but they haven't found the little Gongzi. This Jade Lake is directly connected to the moat outside the city, and the river water also converges with the lake outside. This subordinate is afraid that the little Gongzi's body has already been swept out of the Jade Lake. The leader of the imperial bodyguards truthfully reported. No. No. My Yuer. You can't leave your mother. Hearing these words, Su Muzi, who was being pulled by Lu Xing, let out an anguished howl and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Right at this time, Yao Moen suddenly heard a shout not too far away. When she raised her eyes slightly, she saw Yao Zhenting stumbling over. In the end, it was her son's strength that came so quickly. However, it seemed that the blow wasn't light. Ha, Yao Sulwan, you really can't bully me in this lifetime. Even if you bully my cat, you have to pay the price. The smile on Yao Moen's lips disappeared in a flash. Then, she sobbed and leaned against Yi Hongyi's side, coldly watching the show. Return my Yuer's life. Yao Sulwan. Return my Yuer's life. Su Muzi was no longer as submissive as she usually was. She abruptly broke free from Lu Xing's restraints and threw herself in front of Yao Sulwan, then reached out to choke her. Ah! You crazy woman! Let go of Ben Gong. Hurry and let go. Someone come. Your Majesty. Yao Sulwan hadn't expected that Su Muzi would be so strong. That sudden feeling of suffocation made her panic and she continuously pushed Su Muzi away with both hands. Just what exactly happened? Where is this old man's Yao Zhenting even forgot the etiquette of a subject as he rushed in front of Su Muzi and pulled her away from Yao Sulwan. Master! You have to get revenge for It's second miss. It's second miss who personally pushed you into Jade Lake. This concubine saw it clearly. Su Muzi roared at the top of her lungs, her tears falling like pearls from a broken necklace. He didn't. He jumped in himself. Father. Sulwan really didn't. Yao Sulwan covered her snow-white neck with both hands as she desperately sucked in air. She continuously shook her head as she looked towards Yao Zhenting. Where's Did you manage to save him? The rims of Yao Zhenting's eyes filled with tears. In that instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years and his body couldn't stop swaying. Replying Your Majesty, replying Prime Minister. This subordinate has already ordered people to search the entire Jade Lake, but they haven't found little Gongzi's whereabouts. I'm afraid that he's already rushed out of Jade Lake, said the guard leader in a low voice. Continue searching, said Yi Hongyi coldly as he tightened his grip on Yao Moen as if he wanted to comfort her. However, Yao Moen found this action laughable. The one who needed comfort right now wasn't her son. This old man's son. Yao Sulwan. Why? You is only 4 years old. How could you be so heartless? Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for this old man. The guard leader's words couldn't be more obvious. Yao Yu definitely couldn't be saved, and it was very likely that he wouldn't even have a corpse left. For Yao Jinting, who had a son in his middle age, this was undoubtedly the greatest blow. It was even more painful than taking his life. Father. Father. Why don't you believe me? It wasn't this concubine who pushed him. He was the one who jumped in by himself. Furthermore, I'm also your daughter. We haven't even gotten to the bottom of the matter yet, and you want me to pay for that bastard's life. Yao Sulwan stared at Yao Jinting with bloodshot eyes. In this instant, she suddenly didn't know why she had struggled so hard to climb up. You're the bastard. You bastard. Give me back my son. Yao Jinting glared at Yao Sulwan. Every word he said was like a sharp knife stabbing into Yao Sulwan's heart. If this matter really was Consort Li's doing, then Zhen will naturally return justice to Yao Yu. However, Zhen will come to a conclusion after we've investigated this matter. Wan don't be afraid. No matter what happens, Zhen will be by your side, said Yi Hongyi coldly. Then he pulled the sobbing Yao Moan away from Jade Lake. Your Majesty. As she looked at Yi Hongyi's cold and emotionless figure, Yao Sulwan staggered backwards a few steps. How could she have fallen into such an unbearable situation? When she was at her most isolated and helpless, her man ignored her and her father even wanted to take her life. But she hadn't done anything. That bastard jumped in himself. Who would believe her? Who would believe her? Master. Are you, This concubine has let you down. You, Su Muzi had wanted to kneel in front of Yao Jinting, but the moment she opened her mouth, her vision darkened and she fainted. At the side, Lu Xing hurriedly helped Su Muzi steady herself. Lu Xing, send third madam back to the residence. Yao Jinting endured the bone-piercing despair as he looked towards the calm Jade Lake with tears streaming down his face. Father. Yao Sulwan tried to speak but was interrupted by Yao Jinting. This old man doesn't have a daughter as vicious as you. Yao Jinting's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Yao Sulwan looked at the man in front of her dejectedly. Perhaps this man, who she had called father for over 20 years, had never had a daughter like her in his heart. Since that was the case, why should she keep thinking about this father-daughter relationship? Yao Jinting, no matter how many times this consort says it, you guys still don't plan on believing this consort, right? Yao Sulwan suddenly restrained the sorrow in her eyes and calmly walked to Yao Jinting's side. Yao Jinting looked indifferently at the Jade Lake without saying a word. Forget it, this consort isn't interested in what you guys are thinking. But remember, if something happens to this consort, you won't be any better off. Mother has evidence of all the good things you've done, so... Yao Jinting, you better bless this consort with a long life. Humph. Yao Sulwan snorted coldly, then turned around to leave Yao Jinting. She had never thought that there would be a day when she and her father would reach this step, a step that could not be reversed. After returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi comforted Yao Moan for a good while before leaving. As she listened to Yi Hongyi's footsteps gradually fade away, Yao Moan's lips curved into a cold smile. Chapter 96. Very good. Yao Moan nodded slightly and picked up the teacup. She took a sip. The tea was rich and fragrant. Nyang nyang. Lu Xing looked at Yao Moan and hesitated. What is it? Didn't you say to tell master about little young master? Asked Lu Xing in confusion. Naturally, he must know about this. However, not now, but after he finishes Yao Yu's funeral. Yao Moen's eyes curved, the light in her eyes dazzling. What astonished Yao Moen was that Yao Jinting's final explanation to Yi Hongyi was that Yao Yu accidentally fell into the water and that it had nothing to do with Yao Sulwan. With these words, Yi Hongyi naturally wouldn't punish Yao Sulwan. However, Yao Moen knew that after this matter, Yao Sulwan would no longer have a father. At the same time that Yao Jinting lost his son, he also lost a daughter. The funeral was grand and sensational, showing how much Yao Jinting valued his son. Yao Sulwan said she was sick and didn't return to pay her respects. On the day Yao Moen returned, Su Muzi went crazy in the mourning hall. Getting rid of the donkey after it was no longer of use was Yao Jinting's style. For a crazy woman, Yao Jinting increasingly didn't care about Su Muzi. After Su Muzi got lost, he didn't even send people to look for her. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen stroked Fluffy's growing belly with a faint smile on her face. Nyang Nyang, this servant has given your 1,000 taels to third madam and safely escorted them out of the imperial city to the people Ben Xianfeng sent to receive them, reported Lu Xing. You did well, you can go rest. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Ever since Yao Yu's accident, in order to comfort Yao Moen, Yi Hongyi would bring her to Central Dragon Palace every day to eat. When he had nothing to do, he would stay by her side, afraid that Yao Moen would be too sad and harm her body. This action was extremely ironic to Yao Moen. At the time, she had neglected sleeping and eating for Yi Hongyi, but she hadn't seen him do this. Nyang Nyang, at that time, Unicorn came to pass a message saying that His Majesty is busy with government affairs and can't accompany Nyang Nyang to eat. This servant has already prepared the meal. Tingyu ordered the palace maid to place the food on the table and then walked to Yao Moen's side. And, you guys can leave. Yao Mo nodded and put Fluffy down. When she slowly walked to the table, a familiar smell assailed her nose. It should have been 6 or 7 days since they last ate at the same table, Yao Moen thought. Are you, alright? Yi Junqing was dressed in an azure robe as he walked over to Yao Moen. His tone was slightly probing, but it was mostly comforting. After all, in his opinion, Yao Moen still doted on her younger brother a lot. Very good. Moen has always been the type of person who grows stronger the more you scold her. Yao Moen raised her clear eyes. Her bright eyes flickered with a strange light and the smile on her lips seemed to have a deeper meaning. Cough cough. This prince thought you'd forgotten. Thinking back to that night, he hadn't slept a wink since Yao Moen left. Moen has always been one to hold grudges, especially when Prince scolded me so harshly. It's hard for Moen to forget, said Yao Moen resentfully as she picked up the porcelain bowl. This king thought you would be very sad. Yi Junqing slowly sat down and began to size up the woman in front of him again. Even though she had experienced such a blow, she acted as if nothing had happened. Yao Moen didn't say anything and continued to eat. It's your scheme, right? Yao you didn't die, right? Yi Junqing suddenly stood up and looked towards Yao Moen. He abruptly smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten? This woman always liked to play the pig to eat the tiger. You're using Yao Yu to frame Yao Sulwan. But now that you've caused such a ruckus, how is Yao Yu supposed to come back from the dead? Third Madam of the Prime Minister residence has already gone crazy. If Yao Yu finds out. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen angrily, but when he saw Yao Moen's absent-minded expression, he stopped speaking and sat back down. Third Madam is worthy of you. Why? Yi Junqing's calm brows furrowed. In this moment, he suddenly realized that Yao Moen had far too many secrets. No matter how much he investigated, he couldn't find the source. Prince wants to know. Yao Moen sighed and put down her chopsticks. She looked up at Yi Junqing with a playful expression. Yi Junqing nodded. He really wanted to know. How about Prince sing Immortal Linjong for Moen? If you sing it well, Moen might tell Prince. Yao Moen's gentle smile was enough to topple cities and countries. When Yi Junqing heard this, his expression instantly darkened. He immediately sat down at the table and picked up his bowl without saying a word. What a joke! No matter how bad he was still a prince. He wouldn't have fallen to the point of selling himself. He didn't have to know either. Even if he wanted to know, he wouldn't beg this black-bellied fellow. Yi Junqing thought. After dinner, Yi Junqing returned to the east wing with a belly full of anger. As soon as he entered the room, he sensed that something was off. He immediately looked around cautiously and sighed in relief after confirming that there was no one around. When he lit a candle, he saw that there was a letter on the table. The Empress didn't die from a difficult birth. There's something fishy about this matter. The truth will be revealed at midnight at the former site of the Cold Palace. The hand that was holding the letter gradually tightened. His sharp gaze shot out in extreme coldness. At this moment, his gray and dead heart began to boil and beat with great strength. Yi Junqing clenched his teeth and the veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to explode. Ma Xin didn't die from a difficult birth. How was that possible? Up until now, he had never doubted the cause of Ma Xin's death. In his opinion, Ma Xin's kindness was unparalleled in this world. Her love for Yi Hongyi was unparalleled. With a woman like this, Yi Hongyi would definitely cherish her tenfold, 100-fold. There shouldn't be any other reason for Ma Xin's death aside from a difficult birth. Yi Junqing tightly gripped the letter in his hand and his eyes flashed with coldness. In the next second, he rushed out the door and headed straight for the former site of the Cold Palace. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen sat by the dressing table and stared at her face in the mirror. The fear in Yao Sulwan's eyes and the despair in Yao Zhenting's eyes appeared in her mind. This was their deserved retribution, but it was far from enough. Master, something happened. This subordinate saw the esteemed prince holding a letter of unknown origin. He lost control and headed in the direction of the Cold Palace. Just as Yao Moen was deep in thought, Yin Shui suddenly appeared with a cold expression. Cold Palace. Let's go take a look. Yao Moen's eyes turned cold. She immediately put on a robe and strode out of Guan Osprey Palace. It was clearly the beginning of summer, but the night wind was so cold that it made one's heart shiver. Clouds covered the moon and the world was filled with a somber atmosphere. Yi Junqing stared at the side room in front of him and tightened his grip on the letter. His heart ached inexplicably. Right at this time, the door to the side room moved slightly. Yi Junqing's eyes lit up and he abruptly jumped to the side room's door and pushed it open. Who is it? Yi Junqing's voice was as cold as ice. Under the dim starlight, the haystack in the corner was trembling. Yi Junqing suddenly took a step forward and pulled off the haystack. To his astonishment, he saw a woman dressed like a palace maid looking at him with trembling eyes. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I didn't. The palace maid's body was thin and her hair was disheveled. Her eyes, which were covered by her hair, were filled with fear. At this time, the palace maid was holding her head with both hands and begging bitterly. Who are you? What did you see? Yi Junqing looked around vigilantly. He was certain that the letter in his hand hadn't been written by this palace maid, but he knew that this palace maid definitely knew something. I didn't. I beg you, let me go. I really didn't see anything. Her Imperial Highness the Empress died from a difficult birth. The dragon seed died in the womb. No, no, no. The dragon seed only died when it was born. I beg you. The palace maid knelt on the ground as if she had gone mad. She spoke incoherently as she kowtowed with all her might. Just how did the dragon seed die? Just how did the empress die? Tell me. The palace maid's words were filled with doubts. Yi Juanqing's heart trembled. He abruptly grabbed the palace maid and roared angrily. Chapter 97. Empress. Pft. The palace maid suddenly clutched her chest with both hands, her waxy face scrunched up even more. Then she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. What's wrong? Hey! What's wrong? You still haven't told me how the empress died. Hurry and tell me. Yi Juanqing sealed the palace maid's meridians in an attempt to prolong her life. Unfortunately, the poison had entered her lungs and black blood poured out. Empress. Empress was. The palace maid's voice gradually weakened. Yi Juanqing abruptly leaned over and pressed his ear against the palace maid's mouth, but he still couldn't hear the palace maid's final words. Yi Juanqing slowly let go of the palace maid's corpse and let it fall to the ground. His heart was covered in frost. Even though he hadn't heard the palace maid's final words, Yi Juanqing was able to confirm one thing: Ma Xin's death wasn't as simple as it seemed. As for what secrets were hidden behind this, he swore that he would definitely get to the bottom of it. If Ma Xin had really been framed, then he, Yi Juanqing, swore to the heavens that he would definitely tear the people who had wronged Ma Xin to pieces. Yi Juanqing stared indifferently at the dead palace maid. It wasn't until the Z period that he was sure that the person who had written the letter had wanted him to see this palace maid. Now that the palace maid was dead, the person who had written the letter had become the only clue. When he thought up to this point, he took a deep breath, then put away the wrinkled letter he was holding and turned to leave. Master, this subordinate was careless and didn't notice that someone had entered the esteemed prince's room. In the darkness, Yin Shuai looked towards Yao Moan apologetically. It has nothing to do with you. Yao Moan's eyes flashed coldly as she watched Yi Juanqing leave. Master, this subordinate will go in and see what exactly happened. Yin Shuai was about to rush into the side room when Yao Moan stopped her. You can't go in. There's probably someone else here besides us. Let's go back first. We can't alert the enemy, said Yao Moan indifferently before turning to leave. Yin Shuai looked around. Although she didn't sense anyone, she didn't dare to disobey. After returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan sat at the table in the inner room and stared thoughtfully at the carved dragon candlestick. Master, why don't Yin Shuai steal that letter? Suggested Yin Shuai, knowing what Yao Moan was thinking. There's no need. Even if I don't look at the letter, I can guess what's written on it. There's nothing else here. You can leave now. Yao Moan's voice didn't contain the slightest hint of reproach. She had no reason to blame Yin Shuai. After all, she couldn't split herself up and it was a bit difficult for her to take care of both herself and the esteemed prince. Yes. Yin Shuai felt grateful for Yao Moan's leniency and immediately turned to leave. The room was silent. Yao Moan held the silver pick as she gently flicked the candle wick. The light in her eyes deepened. If her guess wasn't wrong, the contents of that letter definitely had something to do with the cause of her death. If that wasn't the case, Yi Juanqing wouldn't have gone to the former site of the cold palace. However, was there really someone in the imperial palace who knew the cause of her death? Who could it be? What was his goal? This was the most troublesome matter she had encountered since her rebirth. She couldn't let Yi Juanqing know the true cause of her death. Now wasn't the time yet. It seemed that she had to dig out this person before Yi Juanqing found out anything. The next day, as soon as Yao Moan got out of bed, she found out from Tingyu that the wing of the former site of the cold palace had already been burned to ashes. The fire had been too big, even the surrounding pine and cypress trees had been burned. This servant really doesn't understand. It's just an abandoned wing, how could it suddenly catch fire? There wasn't any thunder last night, so it definitely wasn't a heavenly fire. But who would be so bored as to start a fire there? If they were caught, they'd definitely be sentenced to death, said Tingyu as she set the table. Where's the fire? A clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Yi Junqing was standing at the palace gates, his eyes cold and distant. Ah. Replying Prince, it's that wing of the cold palace, replied Tingyu truthfully. You can leave first. Yao Moen waved her hand to dismiss Tingyu and leisurely sat down at the table. Who do you think started the fire? Yi Junqing walked over to Yao Moen and asked in a low voice. His eyes clearly didn't have the usual leisurely expression. She had already expected this result, so she had tried her best not to let Yi Junqing know the truth too early. The sooner he found out, the more his heart would hurt. How would I know? Asked Yao Moen in response. There shouldn't be anything that happens in this palace that you don't know. Yi Junqing had always thought this way. Prince truly thinks highly of Moen. However, I might have to disappoint Prince. Moen really doesn't know about this matter. Yao Moen lowered her gaze as she ate. Regarding Yao Yu's matter, you killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did you frame Yao Sulwan, you also made Yao Zhenting think that he lost his son. Furthermore, this matter happened in the inner palace, so it's hard for Yao Zhenting not to blame His Majesty. From this, it seems like you were trying to sow discord between the 3 of them. If you were an outsider, this prince could still use common sense to deduce your actions, but you just had to be Yao Zhenting's daughter, Yao Sulwan's younger sister, and Yi Hengyi's most beloved concubine. This prince just can't understand why you would do this. Unless... Yi Junqing hesitated as a thought flashed through his mind. If that thought was true, then his heart would definitely ache. Unless what? Yao Moen wanted to know what Yi Junqing was thinking. Unless you hate the 3 of them, and the reason you hate them is because of Ma Xin. Yi Junqing swallowed hard. He had used an entire night to think through this matter and this was his final answer. Prince's imagination is truly rich. Eldest sister died from a difficult birth, so if Moen were to accommodate His Majesty because of this, it would be a bit unreasonable. As for father, Moen had never been in his eyes since he was young. It's true that he didn't have any feelings for father, but it wasn't to the point of hatred. As for Yao Sulwan, she bullied Moen since she was young. Now that Moen has gained power, it's just an eye for an eye. Moen is aware of Prince's feelings towards eldest sister, but eldest sister has already left. Prince should learn to let go. Yao Moen coldly looked towards Yi Junqing. I knew you wouldn't admit it. As Yi Junqing listened to Yao Moen's pompous speech, he inwardly felt vexed. How could he have forgotten that this woman was extremely black-bellied? It was harder to get information out of her than to ascend to the heavens. Moen will tell me everything she knows. If Prince doesn't believe me, then Moen can't do anything about it. In a bit, after we finish eating, I hope that you can help me with something, said Yao Moen lightly. How could you have the nerve to ask? I don't have time. Yi Junqing couldn't help but sigh. Being thick-skinned really was a good thing. He wouldn't refuse someone and then turn around to ask for help. You eat my food and live in my place, so helping me isn't a loss, right? Said Yao Moen disapprovingly. Yi Junqing was instantly speechless. Perhaps he should consider Yan Nanqing's suggestion. As long as he found out the cause of Ma Xin's death, he swore that he wouldn't stay for even a quarter of an hour longer. When Yao Moen brought Yi Junqing to Fragrant Steps Pavilion, Yu Funing was extremely surprised. When she saw Yi Junqing carrying Fluffy with her own eyes, Yu Funing had the urge to rush over and kick that little cat away. This concubine greets esteemed prince, greets consort Yao. Yu Funing quickly adjusted her emotions and walked lightly to Yi Junqing's side to greet them warmly. Big sister consort Xian, there's no need to be so polite. Last time, the ginseng soup you gave Fluffy was especially delicious. It's become so picky now. Big sister consort Xian, can you have them make another bowl for Fluffy? Yao Moen walked over and pulled on Yu Funing's hand with a pleading expression. Why not? Qian Shi, go tell the Imperial Kitchen to make a bowl of ginseng soup. Also, tell the Imperial Kitchen to prepare it well. Esteemed Prince and Consort Yao will have their lunch at Fragrant Steps Pavilion. Yu Funing turned around to give this order to Qian Shi. She felt very bad inside. Back then, she had sent the ginseng soup for Yi Junqing to taste, but now, several hundred taels of ginseng soup had been taken advantage of by an animal. By Yao Moen's side, the corners of Yi Junqing's lips twitched. She really wasn't polite. Once Qian Shi left, Yu Funing invited Yi Junqing to the seat of honor, then pulled Yao Moen over to the chaise longue. The moment she touched the chaise longue, Yao Moen realized that the chaise longue was cushioned with thousand-year-old profound iced jade. This kind of jade was warm in the winter and cool in the summer, so it was extremely rare. Even Yi Hongyi probably didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. Chapter 98. Then shouldn't you be a bit quieter when you speak? No matter how unwilling he was, Yi Junqing didn't move. He just sat there quietly like a dazzling statue. Oh. That's right. Big sister consort Xian, let's speak quieter. Yao Moen nodded in realization and covered her mouth with both hands as she looked towards Yu Funing seriously. Seeing Yao Moen like this, Yi Junqing finally understood that the most painful thing in the world wasn't having a famous war god hug a cat to sleep, it was having to act with a woman who was even more shrewd than a monkey. No matter how much consort Yao likes it, it's still just a cat. Prince will get tired of hugging it like this. Yu Funing's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she tried her best to endure it. She couldn't tolerate Yi Junqing's meekness and Yao Moen's bullying. The world had been turned upside down. A fool could actually control the invincible war god. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really would have thought that she was having a nightmare. It can't be. He's already used to hugging it, don't worry. Oh right, where were we just now? Yao Moen's harmless smile was like a demon's in Yu Funing's eyes. During lunch, if Qian Shi hadn't used the ginseng soup to stir up the glutton in Fluffy's stomach, who knew how long Yi Junqing would still be sitting there? At the dining table, other than Yao Moen, who was nagging non-stop, Yu Funing and Yi Junqing were both deep in thought. Even after they left Fragrant Steps Pavilion, Yao Moen didn't forget to have Yi Junqing drink the rest of the ginseng soup while hugging the cat. How could Prince do something like this? Qian Shi, bring the ginseng soup over and send the esteemed Prince and Consort Yao back to Guan Osprey Palace. Yu Funing's heart ached when she saw Yi Junqing's sorry state. She hated Yao Moen even more for how Yi Junqing had swallowed his anger. How could Wanner trouble big sister consort Xian's people? It's fine, he's already used to it. Yao Moen's used to it caused Yu Funing's hatred to rise to the peak. Once Yao Moen left, Yu Funing suddenly turned around and flipped the phoenix table again. Your Highness, why bother with a fool? Your health is more important. Qian Shi comforted. This time, she didn't dare say a single bad word about Yi Junqing. Does a fool have the right to bully others? Didn't you see how badly she bullied the esteemed prince? This won't do. This consort can't watch the esteemed prince suffer like this again. Fei Luan. Just as Yu Funing finished speaking, a hidden guard dressed in black suddenly appeared beside her. Your Highness, please reconsider. Who could guarantee that the esteemed prince wasn't putting on a show for His Majesty? If you touch Yao Moen, His Majesty might take his anger out on the esteemed prince. At that time, wouldn't you be making a fool of yourself by trying to be clever? Qian Shi hurriedly explained when she saw Yu Funing call out a flying yuan. Yu Funing's eyebrows relaxed slightly. She waved her hand to dismiss the flying bird and subconsciously looked at Qianxi. You think so? Your Highness, don't forget that the esteemed prince went to the wing of the cold palace last night. He must have seen According to what Fei Wan heard, although didn't have time to tell the esteemed prince who killed Yao, she still mentioned Nurse Sun, Eunuch Zheng, and Yun-Er's names. As long as the esteemed prince continues to investigate this, he'll find out the cause of Yao Maxin's death sooner or later. Your Highness, why don't you wait until then to lend the esteemed prince a hand? Qianxi analyzed calmly. You're right. Then we'll let Yao Moan live for a while longer. Yu Funing's gaze was cold as she spoke through clenched teeth. At the side, Qianxi's eyes gradually darkened. When she had told Master's thoughts, Master's orders had been completely different from Master's. It had truly been hard on her. In the Imperial Garden, Yao Moan took Fluffy from Yi Juanqing's arms and took a stroll, admiring the beautiful scenery around her. Why did you have to belittle this prince in front of Consort Xian? Yi Juanqing knew that Yao Moan always did things with a goal in mind. I was helping you so that you wouldn't get into an unnecessary romantic debt. Yet you still don't know how to be grateful. Yao Moan said resentfully, but she had other thoughts in mind. Back in the Imperial Garden, Yu Funing's words seemed to imply that she knew about the incident in the Cold Palace. It seemed that she also knew about last night's incident. However, Yao Moan needed evidence. Nonsense. Yi Juanqing replied concisely. Don't you feel that the way Consort Xian looks at you is very different? If I'm not wrong, she hasn't just loved you for a day or two. Yao Moan moved closer to Yi Juanqing and said this seriously. The more you say it, the more ridiculous it is. This prince has already helped you, so can you help this prince with something now? When facing Yao Moan, there were benefits to being a bit more thick-skinned. Yi Juanqing wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine. No. Yao Moan's reply was straightforward. Why? Yi Juanqing's eyes widened in anger as he cursed inwardly. Because Moan didn't eat or stay at your place. Also, did you forget how you scolded Moan that night? Yao Moan stopped walking and turned to look at Yi Juanqing. Her eyes were sparkling and pure, as beautiful as an illusion. Cough cough. You also seem to hold a grudge against this prince. Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Moan, completely speechless. I'm not holding a grudge, I'm calculating. The corners of Yao Moan's lips lifted slightly, then she carried Fluffy away. How could I hold a grudge against you? I'll only remember your good deeds, what difference does it make? Yi Juanqing said hatefully as he watched Yao Moan's figure gradually disappear into the distance. After a long while, Yi Juanqing took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. He still remembered that the three people the palace maid had mentioned last night were Nurse Sun, Eunuch Zheng, and Yun-Er. What he needed to do now was to investigate the identities of these three people. However, although he was in the Imperial Palace, his movements didn't change. There were some places he couldn't go. He had originally hoped that Yao Moan could help him, but now it seemed that he could only wait until nightfall. As a woman, Yao Moan could feel that Yi Hongyi's love for her had already surpassed that of all the concubines in the inner palace. In other words, she could faintly feel that Yi Hongyi's true feelings towards her had moved. However, the more it was like this, the more Yao Moan found it laughable. Back then, she had done everything for him, but she hadn't received the slightest bit of pity from him. Now, she had done everything for him, but he had poured his heart out for her. The night wind blew in, causing the light pink curtains to sway and the bed to sway violently. Due to the matter with Yao Yu, Yi Hongyi understood Yao Moan's feelings and endured it for 10 days before touching her again. At this time, Yi Hongyi was attacking the city and plundering the land to his heart's content, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see through the heart of the person beneath him. Your Majesty, Can Wana return to the residence tomorrow? Yao Moen lay on Yi Hongyi's chest as she looked towards the sweating man in front of her with a pleading expression. You can, but you can't stay overnight. We will miss you. Yi Hongyi never refused Yao Moen's requests. Your Majesty is the best. Yao Moen leaned into Yi Hongyi's embrace coquettishly, but her heart was cold to the extreme. The next day, when Yao Moen returned to Yao Xiangfu, the entire Yao Xiangfu was lifeless. Even the servants who cleaned the courtyard were dispirited, as if they hadn't eaten. It was no wonder that other people were living and the population was increasing, but Yao Xiangfu was decreasing. Right now, the only master left in this fu was Yao Zhenting. There wasn't anything to be busy with. Third Miss. This old servant kowtows in salute to consort Yao Nyang. Why didn't anyone inform you that you had returned? This old servant could have made preparations. When he saw Yao Moen, Yao Tu's face was filled with unconcealable excitement. Yao Moen knew that if there was one person in this Yao Xiangfu who missed her and was worthy of her attention, that person was Yao Tuesday. Anything is fine. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Where's father? Old master hasn't gone to court these past few days. He's been locking himself in little young master's room all day. He's only gotten better since yesterday. Right now, he should be in the main hall. Yao Tu sighed. Is that so? The son he cared about so much had only been sad for a few days. He really wasn't just cold-blooded. If she hadn't gotten news from Lu Xing that Yao Zhenting's condition had improved slightly, Yao Moen wouldn't have chosen to come back today. She really didn't want to give Yao Zhenting the slightest chance to breathe. Father. Yao Moen took a deep breath, then skipped into the main hall. As expected, Yao Zhenting was sitting there, sipping tea. Moen. Why have you come back? Seeing that only Ting Yu was behind Yao Moen, Yao Zhenting didn't get up to salute and just spoke indifferently. Moen missed father and also missed Shu mother. Oh right, Moen also brought a lot of pastries from the palace. Yuer is gone, father's heart must be very bitter. After eating these pastries, you won't feel bitter anymore. Yao Moen took the pastries from Ting Yu's hands and placed them on the red sandalwood table. You're quite filial. Yao Zhenting looked at this foolish daughter in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Ting Yu, go call Shu mother over as well. Tell her that Wana brought good food for her. Yao Moen turned around and ordered. There's no need, your Shu mother went to a very far place and won't be coming back. Yao Zhenting didn't want to waste his breath explaining to Yao Moen. Chapter 99. Laoi, there's a woman outside the fu who says she knows third madam. She also says she has something very important to discuss with Laoi. Yao Tu bowed and said respectfully. Did you ask her what it was about? Yao Zhenting glanced at Yao Tu, his voice gradually turning cold. This old servant asked her, but she said she would only explain her purpose if she saw Laoi. This old servant gave her silver taels, but it seems she didn't come for money. Yao Tu knew what Yao Zhenting was thinking and added. Call her in. Yao Zhenting's two black brows furrowed and his voice was slightly displeased. He was sure that even Su Muzi's relatives wouldn't dare behave atrociously in his Yao Xiangfu. Not long after Yao Tu left, he brought in an old woman about 50 years old. The old woman's face was glossy and there was an extremely eye-catching red peony in her fluffy hair bun. She was dressed like the madam of joyful spring brothel. When she saw the old woman, Yao Moen raised her jade fingers and carelessly rubbed her forehead. She remembered telling Lu Xing to remind her to dress more cleanly, but she didn't expect that she would dress up so exaggeratedly. She didn't know if her father would believe her words. Who are you? Yao Zhenting looked at the unfamiliar face and asked suspiciously. Replying Prime Minister, this commoner's wife is Dou Li Shi. Seeing Yao Zhenting speak, Dou Shi immediately greeted him with a smile. Yao Tu. Yao Zhenting called out in disgust. At his side, Yao Tu hurriedly took 2 steps forward and pulled Dou Shi back. Don't you have something to say to Laoi? Quickly say it. Yao Tu urged. Oh, I almost forgot. Laoi, this commoner dares to swear to the heavens that Yao Yu is not Laoi's biological son. Dou Shi's expression was solemn as she vowed. Hearing this, Yao Zhenting abruptly knocked the cup lid in his hand on the rim, his sharp eyes shooting out extremely cold light. Audacious commoner, what nonsense are you spouting? Yao Tu didn't expect Dou Shi to say such arrogant words and immediately wanted to drive her out. Darren, please understand. If there was no evidence, how could this commoner dare to speak nonsense? Darren doesn't remember this commoner. That Su Muzi gave birth and this commoner was the one who delivered the baby. Dou Shi refuted as if she didn't see the dark clouds on Yao Zhenting's face. Get out. Yao Tu reached out to pull Madame Dou away, but was stopped by Yao Zhenting. Let her speak. Hanja's voice was bone-piercingly cold. Yao Moen sensed that sinister chill and her lips curved into a faint smile. Listen, Milord asked me to say it. Let go of me. Madame Dou pushed Yao Tu away recklessly and looked at Yao Zhenting with a big smile again. Milord doesn't know that Su Muzi is not a virtuous woman. After she was driven out of the Prime Minister residence, she got together with my nephew Zhou Qingguo. The 2 of them didn't have a matchmaker, so they secretly lived a simple life. Later, when they had no money, they had ideas about Milord. After getting Milord's pity, that Su Muzi was not grateful. Not only did she continue to associate with my nephew, but she also spent all the money you gave her on my nephew. This commoner didn't get anything at all. Dou Shi said eloquently, not noticing the dark clouds and stormy waves surging on Yao Zhenting's face. On the side, Yao Moen squinted at Dou and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, as long as she told the truth, she could make Yao Zhenting half dead. Now that she was adding oil and vinegar, it seemed that Yao Zhenting would be ill for a while. Get to the point. Yao Zhenting gritted his teeth and said word by word. Yes, yes, yes. Replying to Milord, when you knew that Su Muzi was pregnant, she had actually been pregnant for 3 months. 3 months ago, she wasn't with you. In this case, Yao Yu is my nephew's child. Madame Dou said with a serious face. Impossible, the doctor didn't say that when he felt the pulse. On the side, Yao Tu tried his best to refute. That's why I said that you have been kept in the dark. That doctor is from Zhuang's pharmacy and is very familiar with my nephew. Naturally, he would help my nephew. Hearing Dou calling him nephew, Yao Moen couldn't help but want to laugh. In this case, drawing a clear line was the most sensible. How could this be? Yao Tu looked at Yao Zhenting in astonishment, but saw that Yao Zhenting's face was purple, his eyes were dyed red, and the veins on his hand that was holding the teacup were bulging, as if they would explode at any time. That's why Prime Minister has been helping someone raise their son. Not only that, even if that Su Muzi was taken to the Prime Minister residence, she was still seeing my nephew. At that time, when this commoner saw them on the street, if I didn't know better, I would really think that they were a family of 3. Also, bang! When Madame Dou was still murmuring, there was a sudden bang. Yao Zhenting suddenly threw the teacup in his hand, and the tea splashed on Madame Dou's hand, which made her wake up a little. Your Excellency, this matter, from the beginning to the end, it was that bitch Su Muzi who seduced my nephew, and it has nothing to do with this commoner. This commoner heard that. You want to investigate thoroughly and offer a large reward, so that you would put righteousness before family. This is all this commoner knows, that, the reward. Seeing that the situation was not good, Dolly couldn't help choking and looking at Yao Tuesday, who was it that told you to investigate this matter thoroughly and even offered a huge reward? Yao Tu asked solemnly after hearing the clues. On the side, Yao Moen slightly raised her eyes to look at Dolly, her clear eyes were indistinguishable. Investigate thoroughly. You must investigate thoroughly. Yao Tu, do it immediately, I want to know the truth. Before Dolly could respond, Yao Enchanting suddenly pounded the table and stood up, his eyes were like copper bells. Yao Moen clearly saw the blue veins on his forehead bulging as if they were going to explode at any time. This old servant understands, Master, shall this old servant help you back to your room to rest? Seeing that Yao Enchanting's face was extremely bad, Yao Tu came forward worriedly. Investigate thoroughly immediately. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Yao Enchanting suddenly felt a fishy and salty taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood splashed out without warning. Master! Someone come! Call the doctor! Seeing Yao Enchanting like this, Yao Tu immediately shouted. Yao Moen also came forward, looking anxious. Father, how are you? Don't scare Warner. Yao Moen's voice was heavy with a crying tone. She was also a little worried. If he died of anger, it would be too easy for him. She wanted to make her mother suffer and her sister suffer little by little. In the room, Dolly didn't expect that things would go to this point. If the Prime Minister really died of anger, not only would she not get the reward, she was afraid that her little life would be in danger. So when everyone was in a hurry, Dolly quietly left the main hall and the Prime Minister's mansion. According to the doctor, Yao Enchanting's anxiety had attacked his heart and it wouldn't be a problem if he took care of himself. Seeing that Yao Enchanting had fainted, Yao Tu ordered Chen Chang to send the doctor away while he went to find Yao Moen in Shujing Xian. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang is here, this old servant has been looking for you. Yao Tu came forward respectfully and bowed his head. Ting Yu, Ben Gong is a bit hungry. Go to the kitchen and bring some pastries over. Yao Moen's clear eyes focused on the lush elm tree in front of her. Ting Yu naturally understood and turned to leave. Nyang Nyang, this old servant has some things that I don't know if I should say. At this moment, Shujing Xian was completely silent. The elm leaves rustled in the wind. Ben Gong has to listen to Steward Yao no matter what. Yao Moen withdrew her gaze and slowly turned towards Yao Tuesday. That Dolly Madam's appearance is very strange, this old servant feels that it was Ben Gong's arrangement. Yao Moen had already admitted it before Yao Tu could finish. This kind of straightforward answer made Yao Tu somewhat speechless. Master has just walked out of the pain of losing his son. Also, the young master is already dead, why did you? You should know best why Ben Gong did it. Furthermore, what Dolly Madam said is the truth, you can go investigate. Yao Moen's cold voice was filled with unconcealable anger as she spoke harshly, venting the extreme pain in her heart. When Yao Tu heard this, he subconsciously looked towards the arched door. When he saw that there was no one around, his gaze landed on Yao Moen. Nyang Nyang. You hold a grudge against Master. But Master is Nyang Nyang's biological father after all. Yao Tu looked towards Yao Moen apprehensively. Chapter 100. Moen will remember Steward's kindness to Moen. However, Moen wants to know, when did you find out that Moen had recovered? Yao Moen lifted Yao Tu up. This. When Your Highness and Ting Yu returned to Prime Minister Yao's residence, this old servant could tell that Your Highness was different from before. After that, Gao Momo was framed for poisoning Master, and then there was the matter with Lu Yusin. This old servant believes that Your Highness is no longer the same as before, said Yao Tu truthfully. Thankfully, there aren't many people as clear-sighted as Steward in Prime Minister Yao's residence. Otherwise, Moen really wouldn't know what to do. Yao Moen laughed. She had guessed correctly. Yao Tu had known from the start. Don't worry, Your Highness. Yao Tu will definitely keep his mouth shut. I definitely won't tell anyone what Your Highness doesn't want others to know. Yao Tu understood Yao Moan's meaning and knelt back down. Steward is worrying too much. If you wanted to say it, you would have said it long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Get up. Yao Moan was satisfied with Yao Tu's reaction. Your Highness. Actually, Master. Even towards Big Madam, he never had any feelings for her, so... Yao Tu had followed Enchanting for many years. No matter what, he couldn't bear to see him suffer another blow. So he could disregard Mother's life and allow Do Xianglan to poison Mother. Yao Moan's words were icy. Yao Tu was speechless. In his opinion, Enchanting's coldness was a bit excessive. Some grudges are destined to be irreconcilable. Steward Yao, this consort knows that you're loyal, but these are Yao Residence's family matters. Do you understand? Yao Moan restrained the anger in her eyes. This old servant understands. Replied Yao Tu quietly. The fact that Yao Moan was willing to tell him the truth meant that she trusted him greatly. This kind of trust made it so that he couldn't say anything in front of Master. Yao Tu couldn't help but sigh. Yao Moan had used her intelligence perfectly, leaving him with no way out. Yao Moan nodded slightly, then dismissed Yao Tu's day. Yao Moan's lips curved into an elegant smile as she watched Yao Tu leave. She believed that after her heartfelt words, Yao Tu would know what to do. When Yao Moan returned to Guan Osprey Palace, she felt indescribably good. At this time, Yi Junqing walked in carrying Fluffy. Do you really think this king is looking after the cat for you? You've been gone for so long, yet you still haven't come back. Yi Junqing coldly handed Fluffy to Yao Moan with a disapproving expression. There's a saying that goes, don't take it for granted. If it weren't for Fluffy, would it have been so easy for Your Highness to enter the Ministry of Internal Affairs? How did the investigation go? Yao Moan gracefully took Fluffy from Yi Junqing and glanced towards his slightly unsightly handsome face. You had someone follow this prince? Yi Junqing suppressed his anger and asked. That's right. How else would Moan know? Yao Moan looked at him as if he didn't know at all. Yi Junqing was so angry that he stormed off in a huff. After Yi Junqing left, Yao Moan summoned Yin Shui again. What exactly is the esteemed prince investigating? Yao Moan restrained the ridicule in her eyes and asked solemnly. Replying Master, the esteemed prince is investigating the background of Nurse Sun, Eunuch Zheng, and Yunair, reported Yin Shui. Her heart suddenly felt like it was being clenched so tightly that it was bleeding. The pain was indescribable. She still clearly remembered the night she gave birth to Zhong'er. Nurse Sun and Yunair had been running around busily, and Eunuch Zheng had even been so happy that he had personally cooked a lot of tonics. They were the people who were the closest to her in this palace. But now that she had returned to the palace, she could no longer see their figures. Yi Hongyi, you truly owe Moan too many lives. Master, called Yin Shui softly when she sensed Yao Moan's abnormality. It's nothing. Is there any news from Yu Funing? Asked Yao Moan solemnly. Yu Funing has hidden guards hiding in Fragrant Steps Pavilion. Yin Shui didn't dare to alarm the hidden guards, so she didn't listen very carefully. However, she did vaguely hear them mention Nurse Sun, Eunuch Zheng, and Yunair. The incident in the cold palace must have something to do with Yu Funing, said Yin Shui confidently. Yu Funing also has hidden guards. No wonder she was able to send the letter into Yi Junqing's hands without anyone noticing. This is troublesome. Yin Shui, go to Phoenix Feather Manor. You must call Yan Nanqing over for this consort, said Yao Moan solemnly. Yes. Yin Shui received the order and left. In the main hall, Yao Moan's gaze turned slightly cold. In order to help Yi Junqing regain his fighting spirit, Yu Funing had chosen to reveal the cause of her death to him. From her perspective, this wasn't wrong. However, she had overlooked one thing. Yi Junqing was currently in the imperial palace. His every word and action was under Yi Hongyi's control. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, how could Yi Hongyi spare Yi Junqing's life? This wasn't the path she had lured Yu Funing down. That night, when Yan Nanxing, who hadn't appeared in a long time, appeared in front of Yao Moen could clearly sense the vigilance and wariness in his eyes. This seems to be Guan Osprey Palace. Is Nanxing afraid that I'll steal something? Yao Moen looked towards Yan Nanxing innocently. It's hard to say. Whenever Yan Nanxing thought about how Yao Moen had tricked the elements, he felt a deep sense of dread towards this woman. Let's get back to business. Moen has something to ask of you. Yao Moen indicated for Yan Nanxing to sit down. You can ask of me, but you have to return the elements first. Yan Nanxing seized the opportunity to haggle. Then forget it. In any case, Moen doesn't have much of a relationship with Yi Junqing, so whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with Moen. You can leave now. The moment Yan Nanxing spoke, Yao Moen immediately stood up. Don't leave, I'm just joking. Tell me, what's the matter? Yan Nanxing suddenly felt miserable. The dignified martial alliance master, the young master of Phoenix Feather Manor, was actually being completely controlled by a woman. In front of Yao Moen, Yan Nanxing always felt like he had a body full of power, but it was like he was hitting a sponge. It's very simple, I want you to kill Yi Junqing. Even in her dreams, Yu Funing wished that Yi Junqing could come to her Fragrant Steps pavilion to eat, but she didn't want to see that idiot Yao Moen again. Thankfully, Yao Moen wasn't hugging that damned cat, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to stop herself from blocking Yao Moen outside. This concubine kowtows in salute to the esteemed prince, kowtows in salute to consort Yao. The two of you, please take a seat, lunch has already been prepared. Yu Funing's eyes that were as gentle as water never left Yi Junqing. For someone like Yi Junqing who was surrounded by a halo, no matter where he went, he would always be a beautiful sight. However, it just so happened that there was always an idiot standing next to him. Not only did it make people feel pity, it also made people jealous. I'm truly sorry to disturb Big Sister Consort Xian again. Yao Moen walked to the Phoenix table with a smile. Behind her, Yi Junqing snorted disdainfully. It was really hard to imagine that Yao Moen would actually say the word sorry. After eating, Yu Funing finally noticed that Yao Moen seemed to be different from before. Not only did she speak less, she would occasionally look around as she ate, as if she was waiting for someone. I'm so full. Big Sister Consort Xian, Wan'er will be leaving first. Just as Yu Funing was feeling that something was wrong, Yao Moen suddenly got up to leave. Then this prince will also take his leave. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen had stood up, he naturally didn't want to stay any longer. However, the moment he got up, Yao Moen suddenly waved her hand. You can't. You can't leave. Sit down. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing solemnly as she spoke in a shrill voice. Why? Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen. In any case, you can't leave. Big Sister Consort Xian, make him stay. Wan'er is leaving. Yao Moen walked around the Phoenix table with a flustered expression and strode towards the palace doors. Right at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew and a person dressed in black suddenly appeared in the main hall like a god descending. The sharp blade in his hand headed straight for Yi Junqing. There's an assassin. Your Highness, be careful. The moment the black-clothed person appeared, Qian Shi immediately pulled Yu Funing to a corner. When she turned to look towards Yao Moen, she saw that Yao Moen had already found a place to hide. After 2 moves, Yi Junqing found out the identity of the person and was puzzled. What are you doing? The moment Yi Junqing opened his mouth, the sharp blade in the black-clothed person's hand came slashing down. When Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing wasn't a match, she immediately summoned a flying phoenix to help Yi Junqing. When the black-clothed person saw that the flying phoenix had appeared, he flickered and left. Flying phoenix, retreat. There's no need to chase. Esteemed prince, are you all right? Yu Funing called back the flying phoenix that was about to chase after the black-clothed person, then ran to Yi Junqing's side. I'm fine. As Yi Junqing replied, he saw Yao Moen quietly leave Fragrant Steps Pavilion. Consort Yao, you're not waiting for this prince. Yi Junqing didn't even bother to look at Yu Funing as he strode towards Yao Moen. When Yu Funing saw that Yi Junqing was leaving, she couldn't help but follow after him. However, Qian Shi pulled her back. Your Highness, don't worry. This servant saw clearly just now that the esteemed prince wasn't injured, reminded Qian Shi. Chapter 101. It seems like she already knew that someone was coming to assassinate the esteemed prince, which was why she wanted to leave right after taking a few bites. Yu Funing narrowed her eyes slightly. Also, the esteemed prince wanted to leave with her, but she strongly objected. This servant makes a bold guess that Consort Yao definitely knew that the assassins were coming and that their target was only the esteemed prince. That's why she didn't run out in panic when the assassins appeared, but hid at the side fearlessly, said Qian Shi confidently. This consort was wrong. Yu Funing took a deep breath before returning to the main hall. Behind her, Qian Shi carefully closed the palace doors and followed. This servant doesn't understand what your highness means. Qian Shi looked towards her master in confusion. This consort was wrong in trying to let Yi Junqing know the truth behind Yao Moxin's death. Think about it, with Yi Junqing's friendship with Yao Moxin, once he finds out that Yao Moxin was killed, he'll definitely investigate the real culprit, right? Yu Funing analyzed calmly. Isn't that exactly what Master wants? Qian Shi nodded slightly. But don't forget that Yi Junqing is currently in the Imperial Palace, especially Guan Osprey Palace. There are countless eyes watching him from the shadows and in the open. It's impossible to guard against him. If this consort's guess isn't wrong, the assassins just now were definitely sent by His Majesty. That's the only way to explain why that idiot would know beforehand and be so fearless. Yu Funing bit her lips as her hatred towards Yi Junyi increased. Then in other words, His Majesty found out that the esteemed prince was investigating Yao Moxin's death. His Majesty was afraid that the esteemed prince would find out, so he acted first. Then wouldn't the esteemed prince be in danger? Qian Shi frowned as she looked towards Yu Funing worriedly. His Majesty has always been suspicious, otherwise he wouldn't have plotted to take away half of Huan Heng's military power. Now that he's determined to kill Yi Junqing, there'll definitely be a second time. Qian Shi, this consort can't just watch him die. No matter what, this consort has to save him. Yu Funing's crystal-clear eyes became misty. She held Qian Shi's hand tightly as tears quietly fell from her eyes. She could tolerate the man she didn't love running wild on her, and she could bear the fact that the man she loved didn't have her in his heart, but she really couldn't watch the person she cared about the most die in front of her. Nyang, Qian Shi doesn't know how to persuade you. Qian Shi only wants to remind Nyang that before you do anything, you have to think about old master. Qian Shi knew that her mistress had already made up her mind and there was no point in trying to persuade her. After leaving Fragrant Steps Pavilion, Yi Junqing endured himself as he followed behind Yao Moen. When he confirmed that Yao Moen had no intention of explaining herself, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He took a step forward and blocked her way. Don't you think you should say something? Yi Junqing growled angrily. N. Prince still looks better when you smile. You look terrible right now. Moen scared. Yao Moen patted her chest as if she was serious. Her clear eyes blinked twice. This trick of yours is useless against this king. Speak, why did you let Yan Nanqing dress like that? Why did you let him assassinate this king? What is your purpose? Hurry and speak. From the first time he saw Yao Moen in the esteemed prince residence, he knew that this woman wasn't simple. The more they interacted, the more Yi Junqing felt that Yao Moen herself was a mystery that he would never be able to figure out. You really didn't notice. Yao Moen's eyes widened as she looked towards Yi Junqing in shock. Notice what? Yi Junqing lost his confidence due to Yao Moen's mysteriousness and his voice clearly became much quieter. Yu Funing has a hidden guard called Fei Luan, said Yao Moen seriously. Ha! Don't you have one too? What's so strange about that? Stop trying to change the topic. Don't tell this prince that you had Yan Nanqing ambush this prince in order to lure out Yu Funing's hidden guard. Only a ghost would believe that. She clearly had a devastatingly beautiful face, but in Yi Junqing's eyes, there was always a hint of slyness. This hint of slyness was enough to make Yi Junqing doubt anything she said. The main point isn't that Yu Funing has a hidden guard, it's who she called out her hidden guard for. Yi Junqing, don't tell Moen that you didn't realize that Yu Funing has feelings for you and that their feelings are very deep. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. His handsome face truly did have the power to captivate the soul. How could she have misjudged him back then? You're talking nonsense. How could this prince and consort Xian be together? This prince doesn't even remember seeing her before this. Also, this prince's heart. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing's conflicted expression, she knew that she had successfully changed the topic. Also, you only have one Yao Machine in your heart. Everyone knows this, otherwise you wouldn't have fallen to such a state. You don't like consort Xian, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. Love doesn't have to be something that both parties are willing to do. You should know this the best. Yao Moen's tone became heavier as her heart ached slightly. That's right, consort Xian did call out her hidden guard, but it might not have been to save this prince. Something so sudden happened, so why did she call out her hidden guard to protect herself? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you can prove that consort Xian has feelings for this prince, so what? Yi Junqing didn't think that this was the reason Yao Moen was able to convince Yan Nanqing. That was the grand head of the martial world, when had he ever done something so despicable? Getting him to cover his face was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. What? If consort Xian likes you, then it's very likely that she'll mistake Moen as a love rival. Getting rid of her will be quick. Adding on the fact that she has a hidden guard, if she decides to kill you one day, Moen won't be able to keep her life, said Yao Moen. You have Yin Shui, so what's there to be afraid of, scoffed Yi Junqing. It's precisely because Yin Shui couldn't find where her hidden guard was hiding that I had Yan Nanqing help me put on this show. In reality, Yin Shui has been hiding in the shadows this entire time. You should know that the moment the hidden guard appeared, her position was also exposed. Yin Shui only needed to take a look and that Fei Luan would no longer be able to attack her, said Yao Moen sincerely. You finally admit that you were using this prince. Is Yan Nanqing really that willing to be ordered around by you? Said Yi Junqing through clenched teeth. There's a saying that even if you die under a peony flower, you'll still be dissolute even as a ghost. With Moen's beauty that can captivate even the birds and beasts, it's his good fortune to be able to work for Moen. Yao Moen stroked her own face in great pleasure, then gave Yi Junqing a brilliant smile. What a shameless fellow! This prince will break off all relations with him. Yi Junqing couldn't stand Yao Moen's extreme narcissism and left in a huff. As Yao Moen watched Yi Juanqing's figure gradually disappear into the distance, she put away her playful expression and sighed softly with a solemn expression. Juanqing, forgive Moen for not being able to tell you the truth. In your past life, Moen made you suffer so much for that beast. In this life, Moen will only do it for you. In the desolate and cold Pure Flowers Palace, Yao Sulwan was leaning dejectedly against the chaise lounge. Her long and narrow eyes were focused on her glossy and plump nails. The bright red color of cardamom reflected in her eyes were like two clusters of flames that flickered between bright and dim. Your Highness, the noon meal is ready. How much do you want to eat? Mingyut carefully walked over to Yao Sulwan's side and spoke softly. After the incident at Jade Lake, Yao Sulwan shut herself in Pure Flowers Palace for a full half a month. In this half a month, she clearly didn't eat or drink much and didn't sleep at all. She spent most of her time sitting on the chaise lounge. Mingyu didn't know what she was thinking. She only knew that sometimes she cried and sometimes she laughed. She seemed crazy. Yao Yu is only a 4 or 5-year-old child. How did he manage to find Jade Lake? How could Su Muzi have allowed Yao Yu to leave Guan Osprey Palace by himself? If Yao Yu wasn't alone, then who had left him at Jade Lake? What was their motive? This consort clearly didn't push Yao Yu, nor did I force him, so why did he jump into the water? Why did Su Muzi have to appear at this time? Then Yao Moen, His Majesty, and father also came earlier than expected. The most suspicious thing was why Yao Yu wasn't found in Jade Lake. Was the current really that fast? Was it really just an accident or had someone deliberately arranged it? And who was the person who arranged it? Yao Sulwan's dark eyes were like owls as she muttered to herself. She had been asking herself these questions over and over again these past few days, but she hadn't gotten an answer. Your Highness, your health is important. Why don't you eat first? Mingyu looked sympathetically at this once glorious imperial Gui Fei. She couldn't help but sigh. The women in the inner palace might appear dignified and graceful in the eyes of outsiders, but in reality, they were just like people drinking water. Yao Moen. Yao Sulwan's eyes widened, then she got up and left Pure Flowers Palace. Seeing this, Mingyu didn't say anything and just silently followed behind her. Chapter 102. All of you, leave. From the moment Yao Sulwan stepped into Guan Osprey Palace, her eyes had been fixed on Yao Moen as if she wanted to pierce 2 holes in her body. Nyang nyang. Mingyu naturally had nothing to say and slowly left the palace. However, Tingyu was still worried and looked towards Yao Moen. Second older sister definitely wants to have a secret conversation with Wan Er. Stand guard at the door and don't let anyone eavesdrop. Hurry and go. Yao Moen patted Tingyu and nodded firmly. Seeing Yao Moen agree, Tingyu turned and left the main hall, closing the palace doors tightly as she left. Second older sister has gotten thinner these past few days. Wan Er's heart aches just looking at you. Yao Moen gracefully walked to Yao Sulwan's side. Her soft and smooth hand was just about to caress Yao Sulwan's face when Yao Sulwan abruptly grabbed her wrist. Why did you frame Ben Gong? Yao Sulwan gritted her teeth as she questioned, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. The force in her hand gradually increased. That day, Su Muzi and Yao Yu had definitely entered the palace with Yao Moen's permission. If this entire matter had been premeditated, then other than Yao Moen, she couldn't think of a second person. Even if Yao Moen was a fool. Wan Er doesn't know what second older sister is talking about. Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan with a wronged expression. That sinister expression was as cold as the cold palace. Don't put on such a pitiful expression in front of Ben Gong. Ben Gong isn't His Majesty and won't fall for this. Yao Sulwan roared fiercely and tightened her grip on Yao Moen. Then what does second older sister like to fall for? As long as second older sister says it, Warner will definitely act it out perfectly for you. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved slightly, her smile deep and treacherous. You. What did you say? Yao Suwan looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. This wasn't something an idiot would say. Warner's pronunciation is perfect. If second older sister didn't hear it clearly, you should call an imperial doctor to see if you're deaf. As Yao Moen spoke, she abruptly pulled her wrist out from Yao Suwan's grip. Her eyes were like ice as she snorted disdainfully. You. Who are you? You're not Yao Moen. Yao Suwan was shocked by Yao Moen's reaction and immediately walked in front of Yao Moen to question her sternly. Ha, second older sister's words are really funny. You and I have lived under the same roof for more than 10 years, yet you actually say that I'm not Yao Moen. Then Warner wants to ask second older sister, then who am I? Yao Moen's elegant brows lifted slightly as she looked playfully at the deathly pale Yao Suwan. Her voice was soft but cold to the bone. Yao Moen is a fool, everyone knows that, but you're not. You're Yao Machine. You reincarnated in another body. You're alive. The events of that night by the lake suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Yao Suwan was so frightened by her own thoughts that she took several steps back. The finger that was pointing at Yao Moen trembled incessantly like a loom. Reincarnate into another body. Had second sister been poisoned by Bai Mei to the point where not even a trace of her was left? How could he have such a ridiculous thought? Great. Warner admits that I am the eldest sister. Go tell father, tell his majesty, see what reaction they have. Warner guarantees that they will have the same thoughts as Warner right now, that second older sister has gone crazy beyond cure. Yao Moen sneered as she looked towards Yao Suwan, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Back then, she had been thinking of familial love and hadn't guarded against Yao Suwan at all. That was why she had fallen for those little tricks of hers. Now, she only needed to curl her finger and she could make Yao Suwan wish she was dead. You're not stupid. Since when? When did this start? Yao Suwan rushed in front of Yao Moen in shock and demanded fiercely. Let Warner think, when did it start? Oh, that's right, it was when Do Xianglan had Gao Momo send Moen to Happy Spring Courtyard that something happened. It should have been at that time, because from that time on, Moen understood one thing from the bottom of her heart. Some people should pay the price for the things they do. Yao Moen's eyes were as cold as ice. Every word was like a sharp blade stabbing into Yao Suwan's heart. The sudden pain made Yao Suwan unable to bear it and she revealed a pained expression. You actually tricked everyone. Then Gao Momo's death, you being made a consort, and mother's death, it's all related to you. It's definitely related to you. When mother died, you were at Bamboo Wish Pavilion. Isn't that right? Yao Suwan roared, her eyes scarlet red. Other than this, it seems that there are still some things second older sister hasn't said. For example, Jade Lake this time, and the matter with the saffron last time, they were both songs that Moen had meticulously arranged. Oh right, there's also White Brow, that swindler, that was also specially prepared by Moen for second older sister. I wonder if second older sister likes it. Yao Moen's smile was as gentle as water, as brilliant as a flower. In Yao Suwan's eyes, that beautiful face was as frightening as an Azura from the lowest level of hell. Yao Moen. Why? Why did you do this? You vicious woman. You're completely devoid of conscience. Mother. Child. Suwan will get revenge for you right now. Yao Suwan charged at Yao Moen like crazy, wanting to strangle her snow-white neck. However, Yao Moen pushed her to the ground. Only you have mother. Only you have a child. Yao Sulwan, you should know better than anyone else why I did this. Your mother deserved it. Even if she died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to repay the debt she owed. As for your child, it was you who was blinded by greed. For the throne of Empress, you sacrificed his life. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. You're even worse than an animal. Yao Moen walked to Yao Sulwan's side step by step. Her icy eyes emitted a cold light and the vicious air around her made Yao Sulwan crawl backwards. That was your scheme. You were the one who said that child was Yao Moshin's reincarnation. Yao Sulwan retorted in a panic, her eyes filled with fear. So what if it's eldest sister's reincarnation? Why do you hate eldest sister so much that you can't tolerate the child in your stomach? Why? Why? Yao Moen's clear eyes turned cold and she abruptly grabbed Yao Sulwan's clothes. Her voice was cold and hollow, like the demonic voice of hell, piercing Yao Sulwan's eardrums. You know. Impossible. This is impossible. Go away. Yao Sulwan looked at Yao Moen in shock and abruptly pushed her away. She staggered to her feet and rushed to the palace gates. Where does second older sister want to go? You wouldn't be stupid enough to tell His Majesty, right? Yao Moen slowly got up and glanced at Yao Sulwan's figure out of the corner of her eyes. Why not? You pretended to be crazy and deceived His Majesty. You've committed the most heinous crime. Yao Sulwan did her best to calm herself down, but her trembling hands couldn't hide the fear and terror she was currently feeling. Who said Wan pretended to be crazy? Second older sister, what's wrong? Did you hear something you shouldn't have heard? That's why you're this scared? Then it's best to forget about it or else you'll have nightmares at night. Yao Moen slowly walked towards Yao Sulwan with an innocent and harmless smile on her face. She didn't seem the slightest bit different from usual. You don't plan on admitting it? Yao Sulwan understood what Yao Moen wanted to express and asked fiercely. Admit what? Second older sister is talking more and more nonsense. Ting Yu. Quickly go find His Majesty and tell him that second older sister's illness isn't light. Yao Moen suddenly raised her voice and shouted. Yao Moen. What you owe Ben Gong will definitely get it back. Let's wait and see. Yao Sulwan forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart and shouted fiercely. Then she pushed the door open and left Guan Osprey Palace. When Ting Yu saw Yao Sulwan walk past her with violent steps, she immediately jogged into the main hall and looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Your Highness, Consort Leaf seems to be very angry. What exactly happened just now? It's not that big of a deal, it's just letting Yao Sulwan know the truth. Yao Moen sighed lightly, then turned around and sat back down at the table. You're saying? She knows that you're not stupid. She also knows that everything that happened before was arranged by you. Including Big Madam's death. Ting Yu looked towards Yao Moen in shock. And, including Do Xianglan's death. Yao Moen casually picked up the teacup, then lifted the lid with her jade fingers and fiddled with the tender leaves floating on the surface. Your Highness, how could you tell her all? This is bad, Consort Li won't let you off. She'll definitely use some sinister method to harm your Highness. What to do, ah. Ting Yu was extremely anxious. She clasped her hands together and paced back and forth. Chapter 103. Master, this servant will refill your tea. Ting Yu looked towards Yao Moen in realization and immediately walked over to the table. She picked up the teapot and waited on Yao Moen with a smile. As Yi Junqing was still brooding over the fact that he had been used, the atmosphere during dinner was unusually heavy. When he realized that Yao Moen wouldn't apologize or thank him, Yi Junqing felt even more indignant. I won't let this matter rest. Yao Moen was completely baffled by Yi Junqing's abrupt words. Just as Yao Moen was about to speak, a light breeze suddenly brushed past and a beautiful scenery appeared in front of her. Putting aside her personal grudges, Yao Moen had to admit that Yan Nanqing's beauty was universally shocking. With just a casual movement, he could turn all living things upside down. Although her soul couldn't be said to be intoxicated, her heart still moved a few times. He's talking to me, isn't that right, little junior brother? Yan Nanqing smiled evilly. When he looked towards Yi Junqing, his eyes were bright and sparkling. Pft, cough cough. Sorry, you guys can continue. Yao Moen choked on Yan Nanqing's little junior brother, especially the way he was looking at Yi Junqing. Those who didn't know better would definitely think that there was some sort of ambiguous relationship between the two. Who's your little junior brother? Call me Prince. Prince. Yi Junqing's face turned red as he tried to correct himself. Little junior brother, Prince, don't get angry. Look at your sinister expression, it's not pretty anymore. Yan Nanqing reached out to smooth out Yi Junqing's furrowed brows, but he was almost sent flying by Yi Junqing's palm. Don't think that this matter will end like this. Give your current hidden guard to this prince. When Yi Junqing finished speaking, he saw that Yan Nanqing's smile had stiffened and his eyes were filled with grief and indignation. You get stained by the company you keep. Are you robbing me? What hidden guard do I have? Yan Nanqing glared at Yao Moen bitterly. Yao Moen truly felt wronged. She hadn't said anything at all. Other than Yin Shui, don't you still have wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? Don't think that this prince doesn't know. Yi Junqing was deeply aware of his lack of power, and with so many spies around, he couldn't personally investigate the matter with Nurse Sun and the others. Where did you put the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? Yan Nanqing ignored Yi Junqing and turned to glare angrily at Yao Moen. If the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were in the imperial palace, Yi Junqing should be able to sense it. It's none of your business. Are they your people? Yao Moen shrugged disapprovingly. You gave her the elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Are you stupid? Yi Junqing picked up on the clues and instantly became excited. It's all for the sake of getting Yin Shui back. Yan Nanqing slapped his forehead in annoyance. He was extremely regretful. Then what about Yin Shui? Hope reignited in Yi Junqing's eyes. Yin Shui. Yao Moen didn't miss this opportunity to call out Yin Shui. Master, Yin Shui is here. A beautiful appearance had already declared everything. Yi Junqing glanced at Yan Nanqing pitifully. His heart finally calmed down. Even Yan Nanqing, who only knew how to take advantage of others, had fallen into Yao Moen's hands. He had only been used a little, so it didn't seem like a big deal. It's nothing. You can leave now. Yao Moen dismissed Yin Shui with a wave of her hand, then put down the bowl and chopsticks. She walked lightly to the chaise lounge and picked up Fluffy before walking back to the two of them. It's rare for you eldest martial brother and junior martial brother to get together, so Moen will make room for you to reminisce. Of course, it's not limited to reminiscing, you can do anything. No one will come at this time. Yao Moen glanced meaningfully at Yi Junqing and Yan Nanqing, then walked into the bedroom with a playful smile. Only when Yao Moen disappeared from the main hall did Yi Junqing and Yan Nanqing understand the meaning behind Yao Moen's words. They immediately gnashed their teeth in anger. The next day, Yao Moen was feeling the movements in Fluffy's stomach when Yin Shui suddenly appeared and placed a letter in Yao Moen's hands. The assassin was definitely not a coincidence. Prince's life is in danger. Fu is willing to help Prince leave the imperial palace. I hope that Prince will not refuse. Once Prince succeeds, this grievance will definitely be cleared. 3 days from now, at the western outskirts of the imperial city, I will see you there, Yu Funing. A faint smile appeared on Yao Moan's lips as she looked at the letter in her hands. In the end, Yu Funing had still taken the bait. She had spent quite a bit of effort on this letter. Even if Yi Junqing didn't have any intention of leaving the imperial palace, it was clear that he would still go and ask about the words grievance will definitely be cleared. As for what would happen next, Yu Funing was definitely planning something. This consort wants to see Yu Qing tonight. Go make the preparations. Yao Moan carefully put away the letter and ordered coldly. Yes. Yin Shua accepted the order and withdrew. The bedroom was completely silent. Yao Moan slowly sat back down on the bed, her jade-like fingers stroking Fluffy's bulging stomach. She knew that Yu Funing had feelings for Yi Junqing, but she didn't know that it was this deep. It was so deep that she would disregard all consequences for him. The current Yu Funing was just like herself back then. In order to help Yi Hongyi ascend to the throne, she had even abandoned her basic principles. She clearly knew that Yi Junqing was more suited for the throne, but she still used all kinds of methods to suppress Yi Junqing. Fluffy, how should I treat Yu Funing? Yao Moan sighed softly as she began to ponder. The moonlight was thick and the night was as cool as water. The crescent moon hung in the branches like a bow. Yao Moan lay on Yin Shue's back as she quietly listened to the sound of the wind whistling past her ears. Yin Shua only used the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn to carry her from the imperial palace to pleasant arrival in. Master, Yu Qing has arrived. Yao Moan wore plain clothes as she sat at the table in the number 1 room. Her elegant face was hidden behind a black veil, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man cautiously looked around before walking in. You're the person who wanted to see this old man. Where's that letter? Give it to me. The refined voice contained a trace of anger. Yu Qing sat upright in front of Yao Moan, his eyes filled with enmity. When Yin Shua spread the letter in front of Yu Qing, he knew that a great disaster was about to befall them. Now wasn't the time to investigate his daughter. Saving his own life was more important. Lord Yu has always been intelligent, how could you be so muddled now? That letter is so important, how could Jing Axayan possibly give it to you? Yao Moan liked the name Jing Axayan, so she casually referred to herself. You. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Yu Qing frowned as he questioned her. Jing Axayan feels that this isn't something Lord Yu should be concerned about. Actually, Jing Axayan was quite impressed by Consort Xian's fearlessness. Yu Funing was probably the only person in this world who dared to commit such a heinous crime. She clearly knew that His Majesty was thinking of ways to kill the esteemed prince, yet she was able to write words that would help the esteemed prince escape his evil clutches. Furthermore, she seemed to be very clear about the cause of the Empress's death. This was a great taboo for His Majesty. Based on His Majesty's suspicious personality, as long as this letter falls into His Majesty's hands, the entire Yu estate will definitely not be able to escape the fate of having their possessions confiscated and their entire clan exterminated. What do you think of my analysis? Yao Moan spoke calmly, her clear eyes calm and unperturbed. Speak. What do you want? Yu Qing exhaled heavily and leaned back in his chair. He had been an official for more than 10 years, so he naturally understood Yi Hongyi's personality. Anyone he suspected didn't have a good ending. The Empress was the best example. As for him, he was just the Minister of Rights. Simple. Take the national treasury's silver and bring Yu Funing to another country. Yao Moan's expression was solemn as she spoke resolutely. It's that simple. What do you get out of this? Yu Qing couldn't believe what he was hearing. This kind of condition was definitely outside of Yu Qing's expectations. It could be said that he was extremely fortunate. He had originally thought that he would be completely controlled by the other party. In 2 days, Yu Funing will naturally appear in the western suburbs. At that time, Lord Yu will know what to do. If things don't develop as Jing Axian expects, then I'm sorry, Jing Axian will not hesitate to hand over the letter to His Majesty. Yao Moen didn't explain what benefits she would get because in the near future, everyone would see the benefits she would get, including Yu Qing. But everyone was curious and Yu Qing was no exception. Chapter 104. Does Darren agree to Jing Axian's conditions? Yao Moen was shocked. She had originally thought that crippling Yu Qing would be a heavy blow to Yi Hongyi, but she hadn't expected that the national treasury would be empty. However, Yu Qing's betrayal would definitely make Yi Hongyi feel like he was being hunched over a bow in a cup, making him even more suspicious. This old man doesn't seem to have a choice. Yu Qing's voice contained a bit of resentment. Yao Moen smiled faintly. After returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen imitated Yi Junqing's handwriting and wrote a reply to Yu Funing. Don't leave without seeing Junqing. Originally, there was no need to do this, but Yao Moen was afraid that Yu Funing would give Yi Junqing some more hints in the next few days, so she decided to just write a reply to put her mind at ease and avoid any more complications. At the dining table, Yi Junqing continued to eat until he couldn't take it anymore. Then he put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked towards Yao Moen. Is there gold on this prince's face? Does it shine? What are you looking at? Yi Junqing asked righteously. Moen is thinking, that night. Nothing happened between you and Yan Nanxing, right? Yao Moen's pure little face revealed a meaningful smile as she spoke in all seriousness. When Yi Junqing heard this, he immediately frowned. I dare you to say that again. I'm just joking, why are you being so serious? Yao Moen smiled lightly when she sensed Yi Junqing's anger. She then put away her smile and looked towards him seriously. Moen, shouldn't I give her a chance? Yao Moen muttered to herself. She felt a little sour in her heart. Yu Funing had acted so righteously for Yi Junqing's sake, shouldn't she get a chance to confess her feelings? What chance? To who? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. If there was a woman who was willing to give up her life for you, would you give her a chance? Yao Moen had never looked at Yi Junqing so seriously before. Her gaze made his hair stand on end. This prince only has Ma Xin in his heart, you know that. Also, you don't seem like a woman who would give up her life no matter how you look at it. Yi Junqing reiterated his stance. In this life, the next life, and the life after that, he only had Yao Ma Xin in his heart. This was a fact that no one could change. Even if Moen were to risk her life one day, it definitely wouldn't be for you. Nanxing is tens of thousands of times more powerful than you. Don't flatter yourself here. Forget it, even if I give you a chance, it will only make you sad. What's the point? Yao Moen immediately slammed the table and stood up, then left angrily. Why are you angry? Was it a crime to tell the truth? Is that a crime? Yi Junqing felt incredibly wronged by Yao Moen's sudden outburst. Inside Fragrant Steps Pavilion, Yu Funing clutched the letter in her hands as tears streamed down her face. She had finally taken the right step. In the future, no matter where she went, she would never let go of Yi Junqing's hand. If they lived, they would live together. If they died, they would die together. Your Highness, have you really decided? Have you thought of the consequences? Qian Shi asked nervously as she looked at the excited Yu Funing. Qian Shi, Funing doesn't want to waste her life. Stop trying to persuade me. Yu Funing knew what Qianxi wanted to say, but she had already sacrificed the best half of her life for the Yu estate and for her father. Right now, she just wanted to be with the person she loved. That was enough. Since your highness has decided, Qianxi won't say anything more. However, Qianxi wants to leave with your highness. No matter where you go, Qianxi won't leave your highness, said Qianxi resolutely. All right. We'll leave together. Qianxi, go help this consort pack up. The more the better. This journey will be difficult, so there will definitely be a lot of silver. Yu Funing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she carefully put the letter away. 2 days later, when Yu Funing arrived at the western suburbs filled with hope and anticipation, the person she had been waiting for was actually her father. Ning, are you really that heartless to abandon father? When Yu Funing saw Yu Qing's aged face, tears streamed down her face in shock. Father, I'm sorry. Ning, really doesn't want to miss him. Yu Funing knelt on the ground and sobbed uncontrollably. Forget it, there are some things that we can't control. Father has already taken care of everything. Let's leave together and never return. When Yu Qing walked over to pull Yu Funing up, he suddenly stuffed a bone-softening pill into Yu Funing's mouth. Father. Yu Funing looked towards Yu Qing in shock. He won't be coming. In reality, he didn't even receive your letter. 2 days ago, someone used your letter to threaten father. The condition was that father would take you away from the imperial city and leave Great Chu. Qianxi, help young miss into the carriage. Yu Qing used 2 days to transfer all of the money, including the little silver left in Great Chu's treasury. At this time, he was only driving 3 carriages to the western suburbs to pick up his daughter. Impossible. Father, wait for him. Ning is begging you. Wait for him. Tears rolled down her face like pearls from a broken necklace. Yu Funing knew that her father wasn't lying to her. Ever since she was young, her father had never lied to her. However, she had clearly received Yi Juanqing's letter and she recognized the handwriting. Other than him, no one else could write such bold and forceful words. Master. Qianxi's voice was heavy with sobs. She hadn't expected this kind of ending. This is the will of the heavens. Help young miss into the carriage. Yu Qing looked at his daughter with heartache as he spoke decisively. They were running for their lives. If they were discovered by His Majesty, it would be too late. Qianxi had no choice but to help Yu Funing into the carriage. No. Qianxi, I beg you, let me stay. I want to wait for him. Yu Funing wanted to break free from Qianxi's grip, but her body didn't have any strength. Young miss, if what Master said was true, then the esteemed prince wouldn't have appeared. We've already escaped from the imperial palace and Master has already made his decision. We definitely can't return to the imperial palace. If you and His Highness are fated, you'll naturally meet again, comforted Qianxi painstakingly. Why? Why did it have to be like this? I just wanted to live for myself once, but in the end, this was the result. Why didn't you give me a chance? I just want a chance. Yu Funing cried her heart out. She was heartbroken. Qianxi was speechless. Other than staying silent, she didn't know what to say. Just who is it? Just who is controlling everything? Even if I go to the ends of the earth, I, Yu Funing, swear to the heavens that I won't let this matter rest. Yu Funing left Great Chu Imperial City full of resentment. This resentment had accumulated over the years and finally turned into a malignant tumor. At that time, it had almost taken Yao Moan's life. Yu Qing and Yu Funing's disappearance was a huge blow to Yi Hongyi. He had always treated Yu Qing well, but he hadn't expected that he could leave just like that, but he'd actually run away with the money from the imperial treasury. Just like that, a gap was opened in the trust between monarch and official. Yi Hongyi suddenly felt that no matter what, the only person he could trust was Yao Moen. In Seoul Sand Garden, Yao Moen watched as the Seoul Sand tree that represented literati star rotted for no reason. Her heart ached so much that she started to cry. "Your Majesty, it's Wander who didn't take good care of them. I'm sorry." Yao Moen sobbed as she wiped her tears. She stood in front of Yi Hongyi like a child who had done something wrong. However, her tears would never stop flowing. Just as she wiped them away, they overflowed again. "It's not Wander's fault. Don't cry, Zhen's heart is breaking just by looking at you. It's a bad root, so it's normal for it to rot. In a bit, Zhen will order and Bingshan to dig it out so that Wander won't be sad. Let's go, Zhen will accompany you back to Guan Osprey Palace." Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moen into his arms and carried her out of Seoul Sand Garden. The wanted posters for Yu Qing and Yu Funing had already been sent out to all of Great Chu at the fastest speed possible. No matter what, Yi Hongyi had to capture them. When they reached the Imperial Garden, Yao Moen noticed a little eunuch hurriedly run to Bingshan's side. After Bingshan nagged Yi Hongyi for a bit, Yi Hongyi ordered Tingyu to send her back to Guan Osprey Palace while he strode towards the Imperial study. "Yin Shui." Yao Moen only summoned Yin Shui when Yi Hongyi's figure disappeared from her line of sight. "This subordinate is here." As a hidden guard, if Yin Shui's concealment skills were said to be second, then no one would dare say they were first. "Is there any news from Ben Lei?" Yi Hongyi had left in a hurry, so the first thing that came to Yao Moen's mind was Yu Qing. "Your Highness, don't worry, Ben Lei has already sent news. The people he sent out have already met up with Yu Qing and the others. There's absolutely no chance of anything going wrong," replied Yin Shui truthfully. "All right, you can leave." Yao Moen sighed lightly, then her lips curved into a slight smile. Whether it was Huan Heng or Yu Qing, they were both gifts she had prepared for Yi Junqing. Chapter 105. You could say that. You still haven't answered my question. Yao Moen, do you know that Yu Qing took a considerable amount of silver from the national treasury when he left? Everything you've done has already shaken Great Chu's foundation. Why are you doing this? Yi Junqing's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Prince should know what you've done. Do you still need Moen to explain? Every time she heard Yi Junqing defend the court and Yi Hongyi, Yao Moen felt like her crimes were unforgivable. Everything that had happened back then was still vivid in her mind. She owed this man far too much. Don't tell this prince that everything you've done has been for this prince. Yi Junqing lifted his brows. He wanted to see how Yao Moen was going to pin the blame on him this time. Prince, take a look at this letter first. Yao Moen's expression was solemn as she handed the letter to Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing took the letter in confusion. The contents of the letter shocked him greatly. Did Yu Funing really write this? Yi Junqing frowned as he asked suspiciously. What else could it be? Just based on this letter, His Majesty has more than enough reason to confiscate the Yu estate. At that time, Prince and Consort Xian's affair would be exposed to the world. Prince should know why His Majesty left you in the Imperial Palace, right? With this reason, it would be extremely difficult for the generals in court to protect you. Moen knows that Prince has long since stopped caring about life and death, but Prince really doesn't care about being punished for adultery. Even if Prince doesn't care, what about Consort Xian? Yu Qing. Yu estate's entire family. How innocent are they? Does Prince not care about any of this? Yao Moen's words left Yi Junqing speechless. This prince didn't know that Consort Xian would write something like this. Yi Junqing really wanted to explain but found that his words were powerless in front of Yao Moen. Not knowing doesn't mean it didn't happen. Prince owes Moen a favor for this matter. If Prince has nothing else, Moen will take her leave, said Yao Moen coldly before leaving with Ting Yu. Even after Yao Moen had gone far away, Yi Junqing's mind was still muddled. He had originally come to criticize and question her, so how did he end up owing her a favor instead? For a moment, Yi Junqing suddenly wondered if Yao Moen was living in this world specifically to counter him. It seemed like he needed to use Yao Moen's 8 characters to properly research a way to break it. Ting Yu followed behind Mistress. Her admiration for Yao Moen was like an endless torrential river, like the Yellow River bursting its dike and gushing 1,000 li. She never knew that Mistress was so eloquent. Whether it was the esteemed prince who had been on the battlefield for a long time or the famous Yan Nanqing, none of them had the upper hand when it came to this. When they arrived outside Guan Osprey Palace, Lu Xing happened to run over. Lu Xing kowtows in salute to your highness. Let's talk inside. Yao Moen nodded slightly, then turned and stepped into the main hall. Your highness, after Madame Dou made trouble that day, Master sent Steward Yao to thoroughly investigate Yao Yu. When he learned that Yao Yu was not his biological son, he became seriously ill. However, these days, Master ordered Steward Yao to find several matchmakers. According to the news from the Prime Minister's mansion, Master seemed to have the intention to marry into the 4th branch. Lu Xing reported truthfully. He's probably gone crazy from missing his son. Is there any news from Yao Suwan? Yao Moen's gaze turned slightly cold. It would be fine if the 4th branch gave birth to a son, but if it was a daughter, who knew what kind of miserable things would happen? Perhaps she should think of a way to end all her troubles. Consort Li has locked herself up in Pure Flower's palace these past 2 days and hasn't come out at all. Her Mingyu only goes in and out of the imperial kitchen for 3 meals a day. The rest of the time, he's in Pure Flower's palace and hasn't gone anywhere else. Lu Xing followed Yao Moen's instructions and gathered his own spies in the inner palace. Understood. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Afterwards, she dismissed Lu Xing and Ting Yu and went to the inner room to sleep. Now that she'd dealt with the 2 pillars of support, who would be next? She needed to plan carefully. At dinner, when Yi Junqing summoned Lu Sha, Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh. Yi Junqing really did have a good senior brother. According to Yin Shui, after handing over the elements, there were only 4 first-rate hidden guards left in Phoenix Feather Manor and Lu Sha was one of them. Is Prince showing off to Moen? Do you want Moen to summon Yin Shui? Yao Moen glanced at Lu Sha calmly. He was dressed in black and had a handsome appearance. His face was expressionless, but the light in his eyes made it hard for others to underestimate him. Lu Sha, withdraw. Yi Junqing had indeed wanted to show off, but he hadn't expected Yao Moen to steal his limelight with a single sentence. Who didn't know Yin Shui's worth? Did she need to attack him like this? Yi Junqing was very dissatisfied. This subordinate will withdraw. Lu Sha immediately moved away after receiving the order. Yao Moen tried to find where Lu Sha was hiding, but all she saw was a black shadow flash and Lu Sha was nowhere to be found. Does Prince remember owing Moen a favor? Yao Moen had always yearned for good things. Even if this prince gives up my life to repay you, I won't give Lu Sha to you. Yao Moen, you already have Yin Shui, elements, thunder, and lightning by your side. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Even greed has to have a limit. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? After interacting with Yao Moen for so long, Yi Junqing could tell what she wanted with just a single glance. At this moment, Yan Nanqing's indignant expression when he repeatedly warned him not to let Yao Moen trick Lu Sha away was still fresh in his mind. Prince is too sensitive. Moen has always helped others achieve their goals and has never stolen what others like, said Yao Moen with a shrug. You really are modest. Yi Junqing rolled his eyes at Yao Moen. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark in Yao Moen's words. Right at this time, Lu Xing knocked on the door and entered. What is it? Yao Moen restrained the looseness in her eyes and asked solemnly. Replying, Your Highness, this servant just received news that Qi's crown prince, Fengyihan, will arrive in Great Chu in 3 days. If it wasn't important news, Lu Xing wouldn't have interrupted his master and the esteemed prince's dinner. The onlooker sees clearly. In these past few days, Lu Xing had deeply felt that his master treated the esteemed prince differently. Although his words and expression were cold, it wasn't like that. Every time he saw Yao Moen stare at Yi Junqing's back, Lu Xing would feel a sense of déjà vu. That feeling was the same as when he silently stared at 3rd Mississippi. Lu Xing hoped that his master could be happy from the bottom of his heart. He knew that the person that could make his master happy definitely wasn't the current emperor. Fengyihan. I understand. You can withdraw for now. Yao Moen waved her hand thoughtfully. After Lu Xing left, she slowly sank into contemplation. This prince has met Fengyihan a few times. This person has a forthright personality and handles matters generously. If he ascends the throne one day, he will definitely be a benevolent ruler. Yi Junqing couldn't help but sigh in admiration when he recalled this person. If he wants to ascend the throne, he'll have to return alive first. Yao Moen smiled helplessly. What do you mean? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Prince feels that he has a forthright personality and handles matters generously, but that's just on the surface. In reality, he's meticulous and cautious in his actions. If he wasn't like that, how could he have survived until now? Yao Moen shook her head lightly, a hint of pity in her eyes. What do you mean? Yi Junqing was extremely puzzled by Yao Moen's words. Although Fengyihan is the eldest son and the son of Empress Qi has already passed away for many years. Right now, Imperial Consort Hua is in charge of the inner palace of Qi, and Imperial Consort Hua's son, Feng Duo, has shown his brilliance for the first time and is greatly favored by King Qi. Whether it's King Qi, Imperial Consort Hua, or even Feng Duo, they all want to depose Fengyihan, the crown prince. For him to be able to keep his position as crown prince in such a difficult situation, it's clear that his wisdom is extraordinary. Chapter 106. With Fengyihan going to Great Chu, doesn't that mean that Qi has changed its mind? Yi Junqing stared at Yao Moen's face, his heart beating uncontrollably. This scene reminded him of the time he and Ma Xin had talked about national affairs. If King Qi really wanted to establish a relationship with Great Chu, why would he send an unfavored crown prince? He doesn't need to fight on the battlefield to be able to establish a career. This kind of good thing should definitely fall into Feng Duo's hands. Yao Moen's voice was as calm as still water as she subconsciously twirled the chopsticks in her hand on the table. This simple action shocked Yi Junqing greatly. He was far too familiar with this action. Back then, Ma Xin would always do the same thing when she was deep in thought. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in astonishment as his hands slowly clenched in his sleeves. You think that His Majesty will act against Fengyihan? Yao Moen was too focused that she didn't even notice the slight tremble in Yi Junqing's voice. Of course it's not His Majesty, but King Qi. This is a trick that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. If Fengyihan dies in Great Chu, firstly, Feng Duo will naturally become the crown prince. Secondly, Great Chu will definitely have to give Qi an explanation. If they want to make peace, they will definitely have to pay compensation. Thirdly, King Qi will once again let Great Shu see his attitude in exchange for Great Shu's trust. Yao Moen sighed inwardly. She believed that with Feng Yihan's intelligence, he had already guessed this. She wondered what he was feeling right now. Must they make peace? There's no harm in starting a war. Yi Juanqing's eyes never left Yao Moen. Right now, these political matters were like fleeting clouds to him. He only paid attention to Yao Moen and absorbed every bit of machine from her. No. That bastard Chu Mabe has been eyeing Mang Yuan for a long time. If Great Chu starts a war with Qi, he'll definitely take advantage of it to attack Mang Yuan. This will only bring harm to Great Chu. What a pity. Yao Moen sighed softly as she thought about this. What's a pity? When Yi Juanqing saw Yao Moen look towards him, he immediately put away the longing in his eyes and asked this question uncomfortably. It's a pity that His Majesty wouldn't have thought of this, nor would he have taken any precautions. That's why Feng Yihan's trip doesn't bode well for him. Yao Moen didn't notice the change in Yi Juanqing's expression as she continued to guide him. What does it have to do with this king? Every time Yao Moen revealed that enigmatic smile, that was when Yi Juanqing was at his most vigilant. Prince has always been loyal to His Majesty. For the sake of Great Chu, you have done your utmost. But now it seems that all of that was fake, said Yao Moen in disappointment. What are you trying to say? Yi Juanqing had always thought that Yao Moen didn't like his loyalty to the imperial court, but now it seemed that wasn't entirely the case. He was becoming more and more unable to understand this woman. Your Highness, don't you think that for the sake of His Majesty, for the sake of Great Chu, for the sake of the empire you've worked so hard for, you should shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting Feng Yihan? In Yao Moen's opinion, Feng Yihan definitely wasn't a good person. With his forbearance and wisdom, Yao Moen had reason to believe that he would definitely become the new monarch of Qi. Using Feng Yihan's visit to Chu as an opportunity for Yi Juanqing to establish a friendly relationship with him would only benefit Yi Juanqing. In the future, Feng Yihan would definitely be a very good external aid. You really think highly of this prince? This prince can't even protect myself right now, so how would I be able to protect him? Even though Yi Juanqing was reluctant to admit it, he had already made up his mind to protect Feng Yihan. It was for no other reason than that Yao Moen wanted the empire to be safe. It's fine if Prince doesn't want to. As long as Prince gives quicksand to Moen, you can leave Feng Yihan's matter to Moen. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Juanqing seriously. Don't even think about it. Eat. When Yi Juanqing saw the greed in Yao Moen's eyes, he couldn't help but feel vexed. Why did he see Ma Xin's shadow in this black-bellied woman? His eyes must be playing tricks on him. The next day, Yao Moen lazily leaned back on the chaise lounge as she pondered over how to deal with Feng Yihan. As she focused her gaze, she gently rubbed Fluffy's ears. Fluffy lay there in great enjoyment, occasionally meowing a few times to express her thanks. Reporting to Your Highness, Consort Li just left the palace to return to Prime Minister Yao's residence. At this time, Lu Xing rushed in and reported respectfully. Yao Moen gathered her thoughts when she heard this and her lips curved into a faint smile. The current Yao Sulwan was isolated and helpless. She had most likely returned to Prime Minister Yao's residence to convince Yao Zhenting to change his mind and support her once more. Forget it, it seemed like she hadn't returned for quite some time already. If she didn't see how sick Yao Zhenting was, Yao Moen really wouldn't be at ease. Inside Prime Minister Yao's residence, Yao Tu looked at the proud Yao Sulwan and bowed. This old servant kowtows in salute to Your Highness Consort Li. This consort heard that Yao Yu, that lowly bastard, isn't father's biological son. Is that true? Yao Sulwan lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Tuesday, replying Your Highness Consort Li, this old servant has already sent people to investigate. Yao Yu truly isn't old master's biological son, replied Yao Tu respectfully. Father really is muddle-headed with age. He actually raised someone else's son for so long and even gave him a grand funeral after his death. This time, father really needs to be taught a lesson. Yao Sulwan harumphed coldly. For that lowly bastard, he didn't even want his own daughter anymore. He was probably regretting it to death right now. Old Master fell seriously ill because of this matter. Now that he's slightly better, if your highness sees Old Master, you mustn't bring up Yao Yu's matter again. Yao Tu could see the disdain in Yao Sulwan's heart and reminded her worriedly. Don't worry, he's still this consort's father. Even if something unhappy happened in the past, this consort can just laugh it off. Where's father? Yao Sulwan sighed lightly. After all, she had a motive for coming here. Right now, she was just here to talk to Yao Tuesday, replying Your Highness consortly. Old Master is currently meeting with matchmaker Zhang in the side hall, replied Yao Tu truthfully. Understood. Take Ming Yu to rest. This consort is going to see father. Yao Sulwan ordered coldly before turning to head towards the side hall. Behind her, Ming Yu knew that Yao Sulwan had never believed her. However, there was still a long way to go and she had time to wait. Inside the side hall, Enchanting held the 8 characters of a few young ladies from prestigious families as he pondered with a frown. Lord Prime Minister, you really have a good eye. These young ladies all come from scholarly families. They're well-educated and intelligent. This old man only wants to have a son. Enchanting's voice was completely cold. In his eyes, the greatest value of a woman was to have a son. To him, whether they were young ladies from prestigious families or well-educated, they weren't important at all. These young ladies all have good looks, so they'll naturally be able to give birth to a son for the Prime Minister. Matchmaker Zhang said with a smile. Then it'll be her. Enchanting handed the 8 characters he had chosen to Matchmaker Zhang without a trace of a smile on his face. This is the Leaf family's second young Mississippi. There's nothing to say about her character, but the betrothal gifts are a little high. Matchmaker Zhang said tactfully. Does the Prime Minister's residence lack money? As long as she can give birth to a son for this old man will guarantee that the Leaf family will not have to worry about food and clothing for 3 generations. Don't worry, Lord. This commoner will do it right away. Matchmaker Zhang immediately nodded and bowed. After Matchmaker Zhang left, Yao Sulwan strolled in from outside the door. I heard that father is gravely ill in bed. I didn't think that he would have such thoughts. I wonder if that young Miss Li will be able to fulfill father's wishes and give this consort a younger brother. Even though they had returned to the residence to reconcile, Yao Sulwan was still as arrogant as ever. Her aura did not soften in the slightest. She knew her father's personality all too well. To him, a daughter was something that he could do without. Wagging her tail and begging for pity would only make him feel that she was worthless. If she wanted to be valued by him, she had to let him know how important she was. This old man kowtows in salute to Consort Li. Enchanting was slightly surprised by Yao Sulwan's appearance. Chapter 107. Father, must you reject this consort 1,000 miles away? Could it be that father feels that bastard Yao Yu doesn't deserve to die? Yao Sulwan rebuked. Even if he didn't drown, this old man would have personally strangled him to death. When Yao Yu was mentioned, Enchanting's eyes became cold. That's right. In reality, Ben Gong and father have always been of the same mind. Ben Gong might have said some things too seriously, but when people are angry, it's hard to avoid saying some things that go too far. Father wouldn't remember those angry words, right? Yao Sulwan tried to ease the atmosphere in the room. This old man only knows that angry words are sometimes true. Consort Li, do as you wish. This old man won't accompany you. Yao Zhenting didn't buy it. Just as Yao Zhenting was about to walk out of the room, Yao Sulwan's cold laughter came from behind him. Ha, father must feel that Yao Mo Wan, that fool, is more favored by emperor than Ben Gong and easier to control, right? Yao Sulwan walked with vicious steps to the door. She reached out and closed the door tightly. Then she turned around and looked straight at Yao Zhenting. This old man doesn't know what you're talking about. The animal he raised since he was a child actually turned around and bit people. From the moment Yao Sulwan started threatening him by Jade Water Lake, Yao Zhenting knew that this chess piece was useless. You don't know. Then this empress will tell you clearly. Do you think that Yao Mo Wan is an idiot? You've been prime minister for so long and boasted that you're good at scheming and farsighted. Could it be that you can't see that there's something fishy about this? Not only is Yao Mo Wan not stupid, she's also sinister and cunning. She was the one who personally admitted to framing Gao Momo and seducing His Majesty. Even Mother's death and Yao Yu's actions at Jade Lake were her masterpieces. We were all tricked by her. She's pretending to be stupid now, but she's actually taking revenge. Taking revenge on you. Taking revenge on Ben Gong. Yao Sulwan's eyes were bloodshot as she shouted herself hoarse. Every time she thought about what Yao Mo Wan had done to her, Yao Sulwan really wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. Yao Zhenting looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly but didn't say anything. You definitely think that Ben Gong is talking nonsense, but think about it. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? How old is Yao Yu? How could he find Jade Lake by himself? Yao Sulwan tried to convince Yao Zhenting. It was Wan Er who told Tingyu to bring him because he said he wanted to fish. A clear and childish voice rang out from behind Yao Sulwan. Yao Sulwan suddenly froze. When she turned around, she just happened to see Yao Moan standing behind her. Her pure eyes flickered with an indistinguishable light. You? When did you get here? Perhaps because she was too excited, Yao Sulwan didn't even hear the sound of the door opening. I've been here for a long time and I've been listening to second older sister. Wan Er doesn't understand why second older sister is saying those things, but Wan Er knows that second older sister doesn't like Wan anymore. However, no matter how much second older sister doesn't like Wan Er, I beg you not to steal father away. Wan Er only has father now. Yao Sulwan gritted her teeth as she looked at Yao Moan's hypocritical face. Just as Yao Sulwan was about to rush up and question her, she suddenly heard Yao Zhenting's voice. How could father not want Wan Er? Father only has Wan Er as his only daughter. Come, father will bring you to the main hall and have Yao Tu prepare something good for you. Yao Zhenting's voice shattered all of Yao Sulwan's hopes. As she watched Yao Zhenting leave with Yao Moan in his arms, Yao Sulwan leaned against the door dejectedly. The current her was the one who truly had nothing left. In the main hall, Yao Mo Wan took a jar of wine from Ting Yu's hands and handed it to Yao Zhenting. Father, Wan especially begged His Majesty to give this to you. I heard that it's newer home that's been buried for 30 years. It must be very delicious. Yao Mo Wan smiled brightly. Wan Er is still the most filial. Yao Zhenting nodded slightly and took the newer home. During dinner, when Yao Mo Wan saw Yao Zhenting drink the newer home, the smile on her face became even brighter. Although the newer home had been bestowed by His Majesty, the rootless water inside had been given to Yao Zhenting as a filial gift. Rootless water, as the name implied, was rootless water. If Yao Zhenting wanted a son, he would have to wait for his next life. It wasn't that she, Yao Mo Wan, was ruthless, but Yao Zhenting really wasn't fit to be a father. Even if he gave birth to a son, he would only become a tool for him to manipulate. Yao Sulwan had suffered a setback at the Prime Minister Fu, so she naturally needed to vent. So when Yao Mo Wan stepped into Guan Osprey Palace, she wasn't surprised to see Yao Sulwan sitting there with a vicious expression. All of you, withdraw. Yao Mo Wan put away her smile and waved for Lu Xing and Ting Yu to withdraw. After knocking on the door, Yao Sulwan rushed in front of Yao Moan with large strides and fiercely grabbed Yao Moan's clothes. Yao Mo Wan. You think father cares about you? Wrong. Father doesn't care about anyone. If it wasn't for his tacit approval, that lowly mother of yours wouldn't have died. It's him. Without waiting for Yao Sulwan to finish speaking, Yao Moan abruptly raised her hand and gave Yao Sulwan a fierce slap. Is Ben Gong's mother someone you have the right to wantonly curse? Yao Sulwan, don't forget that Ben Gong is a Guifei and you're just a consort. You're right, Ben Gong knows that Yao Zhenting only has himself in his heart and knows how he treats mother, so Ben Gong doesn't plan on letting him off. However, compared to him, Ben Gong hates you even more. Yao Mo Wan's cold eyes shot towards Yao Sulwan like sharp blades, causing Yao Sulwan to feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. What? You want to tell Yao Zhenting? Go. Ben Gong can make a bet with you. If Yao Zhenting still believes half a word of yours, Ben Gong will immediately cut off his head and give it to you. Yao Mo Wan said each word coldly. Why? Ben Gong has wronged a lot of people, but Ben Gong has never done anything to harm you. Yao Sulwan looked at Yao Mo Wan in shock. The current Yao Mo Wan was like the king of hell. Yao Sulwan couldn't imagine where Yao Mo Wan's bloodthirsty hatred came from. That's because you disdain to bother with a fool. The thorn in your side is someone else. Ben Gong is collecting a debt from you on behalf of that person. Yao Sulwan, do you know who that person is? Yao Mo Wan walked towards Yao Sulwan step by step, the pressure from her body forcing Yao Sulwan to step back. Who is it? Yao Sulwan swallowed hard as the scene of Yao Mo Xian's death and Zhonger's badly mangled corpse appeared in her mind. You remember now, right? I've already seen those 3 words on your face. Yao Mo Wan slowly bent down, her clear and harmless eyes staring at Yao Sulwan's pale face. Her lips hooked into a cold smile. Yao Mo Xian. Yao Sulwan blurted out these 3 words. So the thorn in second older sister's side is eldest sister. Yao Mo Wan suddenly opened her mouth, the smile on her face causing Yao Sulwan to tremble with fear. You know the cause of Yao Mo Xian's death? Impossible. This is impossible. Who told you? Who was it? Was it your Majesty? No. Why would His Majesty say that? Your Majesty. Right at this time, Ting Yu's voice came from outside the door. This servant kowtows in salute to your Majesty. When Yao Mo Wan heard this, she quickly put away the hatred in her eyes and knocked her head against the corner of the table. Yao Mo Wan didn't use much strength, only a light kowtow. However, there were still bruises on her forehead. Yao Mo Wan. What are you doing? Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Mo Wan in confusion. At this time, Yi Hongyi had already pushed open the door and entered. Woo-woo. Second older sister, sorry, Warner didn't mention eldest sister on purpose. Warner didn't know that second older sister didn't like eldest sister. Yao Mo Wan's tears fell like rain, leaving 2 long streaks on her cheeks. You! What nonsense are you saying? Your Majesty! Yao Sulwan finally understood Yao Moan's intentions and immediately wanted to refute, but she saw Yi Hongyi rush to Yao Moan's side and lovingly caress the bruise on Yao Moan's forehead. When his dark eyes fell on her, they were filled with hostility. Chapter 108. Second older sister. Are you saying that Warner is lying? As long as you admit that you slapped yourself and that you really did push Wanner into the corner of the table, Wanner will beg your majesty not to hit you. Yao Moan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she looked towards Yao Sulwan angrily. Your majesty. Yao Sulwan didn't expect Yao Moan to be so sinister. However, could she refute now? Especially when she saw the murderous intent in Yi Hongyi's eyes, she knew that she had no other way out. Out of respect for Wanner, Jin can forgive you, but you have to tell the truth. Yi Hongyi's voice was cold and his eyes were sharp like awls. Different from that pair of ice-cold eyes, Yi Hongyi's hand on Yao Moan's forehead was so gentle that it almost drove Yao Sulwan crazy. This concubine is guilty. I shouldn't have attacked Yao Fei, and even more shouldn't have slapped myself to frame Yao Fei. I beg your majesty to have mercy, this concubine won't dare to do it again. Yao Sulwan had never hated Yao Moan as much as she did right now. Her hands that were pressed against the ground fiercely clawed at the ground. Her fingertips that were about to dig into the cracks in the stone hurt, but Yao Sulwan didn't seem to care in the slightest. She only said each word as if she was crying and complaining. Your majesty, second older sister didn't hit Wanner on purpose. Please don't punish her, alright? Yao Mo raised a hand to wipe her tears. Her eyes were sparkling and clear, causing Yi Hongyi's heart to ache when he saw this. Why aren't you thanking Yao Fei? Yi Hongyi glanced at Yao Sulwan in disgust, then helped Yao Moan to sit at the table. This concubine, thanks Yao Fei. Yao Sulwan clenched her teeth. Extreme hatred welled up in her heart, but right now, she could only endure. As long as second older sister is more honest in the future, you'll still be Wanner's good second older sister. Wanner helped second older sister up. When Yao Moan was about to get up, Yi Hongyi hugged her dotingly. You can leave now. Don't come to Guan Osprey Palace for no reason. Yi Hongyi's cold voice contained a gloomy warning. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Yao Moan, gentle as water. Yao Sulwan didn't argue and hastily left Guan Osprey Palace. When she turned around, her eyes were bloodshot. She would make Yao Moan pay for what she did today. She swore. After Yao Sulwan left, Yi Hongyi stroked Yao Moan's forehead, his heart aching. Does it hurt? With your majesty accompanying Wanner won't feel any pain. Seeing the worry in Yi Hongyi's eyes, Yao Moan believed that his concern came from the bottom of his heart. In this instant, Yao Moan suddenly felt that Yi Hongyi was truly very pitiful. In this world, perhaps only an idiot wouldn't arouse his wariness, and only an idiot would be able to obtain his sincerity. But if it was an idiot, what use would this sincerity be? Then I will continue to hold one like this and never let go. Yi Hongyi's lower jaw pressed against Yao Mo1's shoulder, his handsome face pressed against her soft and pink cheek. A faint fragrance lingered in his nose. Yi Hongyi discovered that a certain part of his body had started to stir. In front of Yao Mo1, his willpower was close to zero. This younger brother kowtows in salute to your majesty. When Yi Junqing walked in, he just happened to see this scene. When he noticed the unbridled greed in Yi Hongyi's eyes, his gaze darkened and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Ever since he'd entered Guan Osprey Palace, he'd seen this kind of scene countless times, but he'd never felt this conflicted before. Cough cough. Get up. Yi Hongyi withdrew the desire in his eyes and reluctantly let go of Yao Moan. He walked over to Yi Junqing. We called you here because we have something to discuss with you. Tomorrow, the Crown Prince of Qi will be arriving in the Imperial City. We have thought about it. During this time, you will be in charge of the Crown Prince's safety. You can also treat him well in our stead, said Yi Hongyi casually as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. He didn't seem to be asking for permission. This absolutely cannot be done. As long as the envoy's position is higher than the crown prince's, this subject doesn't have the right to treat them in private. Right now, Junqing doesn't have an official title, so I truly cannot bear this responsibility. Yi Junqing tactfully declined. You're blaming us for not giving you an official title. A trace of darkness flashed through Yi Hongyi's deep eyes as he spoke unhurriedly. Junqing wouldn't dare. I'm used to living a carefree life. Junqing will avoid those things that restrict people if I can. Junqing is just worried that this action will cause Qi to be dissatisfied and bring unnecessary trouble to your majesty. Yi Junqing respectfully cupped his hands in greeting as he spoke clearly. As expected of our good imperial younger brother. You're able to think of everything for us. However, you're worrying too much. The Crown Prince of Qi is just going through the motions this time. It has nothing to do with the diplomatic relations between our two countries. This matter is settled. The darkness in Yi Hongyi's eyes gradually disappeared as he patted Yi Junqing's shoulder. But, there are no buts. We still have some memorials to read. We'll be leaving first. Yi Hongyi didn't give Yi Junqing another chance to retort. However, just as he was about to step out of Guan Osprey Palace, he suddenly turned around to look at Yao Moen. Warner, don't hurt your forehead again. We'll personally come over tonight to apply ice on it. Yi Hongyi glanced at Yao Moen with heartache before leaving. It wasn't until Yi Hongyi's figure faded out of sight that Yao Moen put away the naivety on her face and slowly walked to the table. What a good move, using a borrowed knife to kill someone. That's his style. Yao Moen's clear voice contained a hint of coldness. Yao Moen absent-mindedly lifted the teapot and poured herself a cup. Can't you feel how much His Majesty dotes on you? Yi Junqing still felt that Yao Moen had an indescribable hostility towards His Majesty. At the time, Mo Axayan had sacrificed so much for Yi Hongyi's smile and comfort. However, Yao Moen had obtained the imperial favor so easily, yet she didn't seem to care at all. This was just like the saying, what you can't obtain, is always the best. What you obtain will never be treasured. The hand holding the teapot froze in the air for a moment before lowering down. Yao Moen turned to look towards Yi Junqing, a cold smile on her lips. Did you feel how much His Majesty hates you? Yao Moen countered coldly, her clear eyes shining with cold light. This is different. Junqing doesn't care about His Majesty's attitude at all. Yi Junqing knew what Yao Moen wanted to say, but these were two completely different things. The only reason he allowed Yi Hongyi to do as he pleased was because of Yao Moen. He had long since disregarded life and death. However, Yao Moen was Yi Hongyi's favored concubine. This honor was the guarantee of her safety. Then how does Prince know that Moen needs to care about His Majesty's attitude, about his honor and favor? Yao Moen's voice was sharp and filled with unshakable determination. But, Prince has said too much today. You don't know that there are very few people in this world who would like to hear those words. Moen is naturally not one of them. Yao Moen interrupted Yi Junqing's words and slammed the teacup onto the table. Then this prince has nothing to say. Yi Junqing was also a bit annoyed and stood to the side. Who was he warning her out of goodwill for? The Harmony Palace across from Guan Osprey Palace is empty. Tomorrow, Prince will bring Feng Yihan there. Yao Moen sighed in relief when she saw that Yi Junqing wasn't saying anything. Why should this prince listen to you? Yi Junqing turned around angrily in disagreement. Prince couldn't possibly think that Lu Sha would be able to block the country of Qi's 7 phantom assassins, right? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing with an expression that said he had no other choice. Chapter 109. Tomorrow, this prince will bring Feng Yihan to Harmony Palace. That's all, said Yi Junqing solemnly before turning to leave. Then does Prince want to gamble? Or not? Yao Moen's harmless eyes blinked twice with sincerity. This prince isn't that idiot Yan Nanxing. Even if I die, this prince won't let you swindle Lu Sha away. You should just give up, said Yi Junqing hatefully before leaving Guan Osprey Palace. As Yao Moen watched him leave angrily, her lips curved into a relieved smile. At this moment, Yi Junqing's figure was no longer just desolate and lonely. Helping Feng Yihan was a very important brick she was laying on Yi Junqing's path to the dragon throne of Great Chu. Just as Yao Moen expected, Yi Hongyi didn't think much of Feng Yihan's trip. He had Yi Junqing entertain Feng Yihan because he knew that Feng Yihan's trip would definitely be dangerous. If something happened to Feng Yihan, he would naturally hand Yi Junqing over to Qi. This way, there wouldn't be any need to negotiate for compensation and a war would be avoided. At the same time, he would also get rid of Yi Junqing, this thorn in his heart. Master, His Highness has already brought Feng Yihan to Harmony Palace. This subordinate has already investigated and found that Feng Yihan is accompanied by 15 people. 5 of them are his personal bodyguards, and all of them are first-rate experts. The other 10 are slightly inferior, reported Yin Shui as she stood next to Yao Moen. 15 people. It seems that King Qi really wants to depose this crown prince. Yin Shui, if you encounter the 7 phantom assassins, what are your chances of winning? Yao Moen's eyes were as deep as an abyss. It's easy to escape alone, but if we fight, there's a 30% chance of winning. Yin Shui was implying that she wouldn't be able to win. And I believe that the people around Feng Yihan aren't all good-for-nothings. With Lu Sha, you guys should be able to fight to a draw. Whether or not you can protect Feng Yihan now depends on your luck. Remember, no matter where or when, the esteemed prince's life is the most precious, followed by your own, understand, said Yao Moen as she took a sip of tea. This subordinate understands. Yin Shui knew that Yao Mo didn't want her to fight against the 7 phantom assassins. Even if she couldn't protect herself, she couldn't lose her life. It was only on the second day after Feng Yihan arrived at Harmony Palace that Yi Hongyi ordered a banquet to be held. Aside from himself, Yi Junqing also attended the banquet. Yao Moen couldn't help but sneer. Yi Hongyi really didn't take Feng Yihan seriously at all. Even if he wasn't favored, he was still the crown prince of a country. To actually have a fool accompany him, he was clearly trying to embarrass Feng Yihan. Little did he know that he had made an error in judgment. This kind of unbridled humiliation would one day bring him a calamity. The time was set for noon, and the banquet was set in Harmony Palace. Whether it was the time or the location, it was clear that Yi Hongyi was deliberately looking down on them. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mo had Tingyu dress herself up exaggeratedly. Tingyu inserted the last golden buyao from the dressing table into Yao Mo's hair bun. Nyang Nyang, don't you feel tired? Asked Tingyu embarrassedly when she saw the 7 or 8 hairpins on Yao Mo's head. Do you know why this consort is doing this? Yao Mo still felt that it wasn't enough, so she smeared some more rouge on her face. Although her originally elegant appearance didn't lose any of its beauty now, it was too gaudy. This servant doesn't understand. Tingyu's eyes widened as she waited for Yao Mo's explanation. It's very simple. The sloppier this consort is, the more humiliated this consort is, the angrier Feng Yihan will be and the more he'll resent His Majesty's arrangements. In comparison, it'll be easier for him to sense Yi Junqing's sincerity and calmness. Yao Mo pointed out meaningfully. Sometimes, Tingyu really doesn't understand. Since you're helping the esteemed prince so much, it's fine if you don't let him know, but you're still angering His Highness half to death every time. Complained Tingyu as she put away the rouge. You've seen him angry before? Asked Yao Mo suspiciously as she lifted her brows. Of course. When this servant passed by the east wing several times, I clearly heard the esteemed prince cursing you. Tingyu nodded vigorously. What was he cursing this consort about? Yao Mo Wan looked towards Tingyu with interest as her lips curved into a playful smile. It was mostly words like black-bellied and domineering. Although this servant didn't hear it clearly, from the cadence of his voice, he was definitely angry, said Tingyu confidently. Is that so? It's about time. Follow this consort to Harmony Palace. Yao Mo Wan committed Tingyu's words to memory as she slowly walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. It was rare for the early summer weather to be this cool. When Yao Mo Wan pushed open the palace doors and stepped into Harmony Palace, all she saw was a field of peach blossoms. Yao Moan suddenly understood. This Harmony Palace had always been unused. Back when she was still the Empress, she would occasionally enter the palace and order the gardeners to plant peach blossoms here. This was to prevent the courtyard from being too empty and desolate. Now it seemed that her unintentional actions had created this fairyland. The wind picked up and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Flower petals swirled in the wind as they danced wildly in the air. In the depths of the sea of flowers, there was a person sitting alone on a stone bench with his back against a peach tree. His jade fingers were holding a book as he carefully read it. The man's hair was tied up with a purple crown and there was a blue ribbon faintly visible in his hair. He was elegant and quiet like a beautiful jade statue. A few flower petals fell on the man's shoulders. Under his white robes, the man seemed even more extraordinary and refined. Tingyu was just about to start walking when Yao Mo Wan stopped her. She didn't want to disturb this beautiful and quiet atmosphere too early, but it was already too late. At this time, the man had already put down his book and was looking towards Yao Mo Wan. His handsome face, his sharp facial features, and his indifferent and refined temperament all showed how extraordinary this man was. However, Yao Moan could feel that his clear eyes contained a kind of melancholy and sorrow, as well as a kind of grief, indignation, and endurance. This feeling was familiar. If he hadn't experienced extreme pain, how could he have such a deep and distant gaze filled with hatred? Who are you? It was supposed to be the man's question, but the voice came from behind her. At the side, Tingyu swallowed hard. Prince, you don't even recognize my master. Tingyu carefully looked towards Yi Junqing who was standing behind Yao Mo Wan. She felt uneasy. After all, in Yi Junqing's eyes, her master wasn't an idiot. Yao Mo Wan. Why are you dressed like this? Yi Junqing quickly walked in front of Yao Mo Wan, his eyes filled with shock. What's wrong with this? This consort feels that this outfit is extremely beautiful. Yao Mo Wan puffed out her cheeks confidently. Tingyu, are you sure that your master looked at himself in the mirror before leaving? Yi Junqing stared at Yao Mo Wan. Tingyu was speechless and felt ashamed. Esteemed prince, this is... A clear and melodious voice rang out as Feng Yihan elegantly walked to Yi Junqing's side. His slender eyes were clear and bright like crystals. Ahem. This is His Majesty's most favored consort Yao Nyang Nyang Nyang. Yi Junqing's voice was slightly awkward as he introduced Yao Mo Wan. However, Yao Mo Wan didn't seem to mind. Even if she lost face, it was Yi Hongyi's face. Consort Yao, this is Qi's crown prince. Yi Junqing turned to formally introduce Feng Yihan to Yao Mo Wan. Why aren't you greeting this consort? When Yi Junqing finished speaking, Yao Mo Wan immediately lifted her face that was covered in a thick layer of rouge and spoke proudly. Feng Yihan trembled slightly when he heard this, but he didn't reveal too much of his emotions. He still maintained his calm and indifferent appearance. Consort Yao, you should be the one greeting the crown prince, reminded Yi Junqing in a low voice. But His Majesty said that aside from him, this consort is the most important here, so everyone should greet this consort. That's right, why didn't you greet this consort when you saw this consort earlier? Yao Mo1 placed her hands on her hips as she looked towards Yi Junqing rudely. At this moment, Yi Junqing suddenly felt as if he had been stripped naked and hung in the air. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he definitely would have started roaring at Yao Mo1. This one is Fengyihan, greetings consort Yao Nyang Nyang. Everyone says that consort Yao's beauty is capable of toppling cities and is innocent and pure. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. There was a smile in Fengyihan's eyes. Yao Mo1 couldn't see a trace of disgust or disdain in those eyes. His gaze was sincere, as if he truly had boundless respect for her. Yao Mo1 couldn't help but sigh. Fengyihan truly was shrewd. Chapter 110. Your Highness Crown Prince, Junqing has already ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare a banquet. Today can be considered as an official welcoming banquet for Your Highness Crown Prince. Brother Junqing is too considerate. This is an unofficial banquet, so just call me Yihan. Fengyihan's lips curved slightly. The sincerity in his expression wasn't intentional. All right. Yihan, please come in. Yi Junqing didn't put on any airs since he had a good chat with Fengyihan yesterday. Shouldn't this consort walk in front? Yao Moan's sudden words immediately ruined the beautiful atmosphere. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, but before he could say anything, he saw Fengyihan respectfully step aside and look towards Yao Moan with a smile. Your Highness Consort Yao, please. His clear voice was like rain pattering on porcelain, pleasant to the ear. Yao Moan didn't stand on ceremony and swaggered into Harmony Palace. During the banquet, Yi Junqing and Fengyihan chatted about everything from the past to the present. On the side, Yao Moan spent most of her time eating and drinking, but in reality, she was taking Fengyihan's every word to heart. No matter how well Fengyihan concealed it, his words still revealed his boundless ambition. Of course, in order to play her role to the fullest, Yao Moan would also take the opportunity to interject a few unrelated questions. Every time this happened, Yi Junqing's gaze would be filled with unconcealable indignation. On the other hand, Fengyihan would patiently and meticulously resolve his doubts. He would even discuss things with Yao Moan for a while. When they returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Junqing didn't even wait for Yao Moan to sit down and drink tea before he started complaining. No matter how much His Majesty dislikes Fengyihan, shouldn't he still show his face? Even if he doesn't show his face, he shouldn't have sent you to humiliate him. You too, do you have to act so exaggerated? If this prince was still the esteemed prince from back then, it would have been fine, but right now, this prince is just an idle person. No matter how you look at it, this is neglecting Fengyihan. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan angrily. Back then, His Majesty ordered you to entertain Fengyihan, so you should know His Majesty's intentions. There's no need for His Majesty to waste time on someone who's about to die. As for having this consort step forward, there's nothing wrong with it. After all, in the eyes of the world, this consort is indeed His Majesty's most beloved consort. However, Prince's reaction has truly disappointed Moan. Said Yao Moan solemnly as she looked towards Yi Junqing, who was pacing back and forth in front of her. What's wrong with this prince? Yi Junqing didn't seem to care. It's only been a day, but Your Highness is already so devoted to Fengyihan. She was actually avenging him like this. It seems like Fengyihan's strength isn't his shrewdness but his ability to attack the heart. Yao Moan analyzed the situation. This prince just feels that we shouldn't underestimate Fengyihan so much, that's all. Yi Junqing felt guilty when he heard this, but he still tried his best to argue. Prince should be aware that Fengyihan isn't the same type of person as you. His heart is in the imperial court and he is determined to obtain the throne of Qi. Every step he takes is to pave the way for him to become the ruler. Moen only hopes that Prince won't be muddle-headed and become a stepping stone on his path to success. Yao Moen elegantly lifted the teapot, poured a cup, and pushed it towards Yi Junqing. Haven't you always advocated for him to be safe? Yao Moen's words were so shocking that Yi Junqing couldn't help but become solemn. In this instant, he had enough reason to believe that the Yao Moen in front of him wasn't any less intelligent or scheming than Ma Xin. This consort wants Prince to feel that you care about protecting him. Only then would he feel grateful. If His Highness was being used by him to protect him, he would only think that His Highness was stupid. This Feng Yihan really isn't simple. The moment Yao Moen saw Feng Yihan, she knew that he definitely wasn't a good person to be able to remain unscathed despite being besieged on all sides and sit firmly on the position of crown prince. What's the difference? This prince just doesn't want Great Chu to be dragged into Qi's internal strife. This prince isn't asking for his gratitude. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with clear eyes. Prince, this servant has no choice but to boldly say this. My master ruined her own image to help you. It's fine if you don't feel grateful, but you're even blaming her. It's truly disappointing. No matter how handsome Yi Junqing was, Tingyu still couldn't help but complain when she saw him speak to Yao Moen like this. How did she help this prince? How did this prince blame her? Tingyu, your words are getting more and more incoherent. Yi Junqing looked towards Tingyu in confusion as he admitted to Tingyu's accusations. Prince. Tingyu wanted to refute but Yao Moen stopped her. Tingyu, don't lower yourself to his level. This consort is tired, help this consort back to rest. Yi Junqing didn't have the heart to rule the world, so he naturally wouldn't understand everything she had done. Yao Moen slowly got up and walked into the bedroom. Don't go. This prince still hasn't finished speaking. Yi Junqing immediately spoke up after Yao Moen left. Isn't Fluffy already there? Replied Yao Moen, then walked into the bedroom without looking back. When Yi Junqing heard this, he looked towards Fluffy, who was sitting lazily on the chaise lounge. Black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were gentle and beautiful. The peach blossoms on the trees were bathed in the moonlight and glowed faintly. Master, the king of Chu has gone too far. Not only did he send a crippled prince to receive you, he also sent that idiotic concubine. He's clearly not putting you in his eyes. The cold voice was like the snow on Millennium Cold Mountain, completely devoid of warmth. A man dressed in black stood behind Feng Yihan. His face was handsome, but there wasn't a trace of expression on it. This person was Ting Feng, a special ranked hidden guard under Feng Yihan. No wonder Yi Hongyi. Imperial Father's intention to get rid of me was so obvious and Yi Hongyi isn't stupid. How could he not see this crown prince's current situation? However, the fact that he had Yi Junqing receive me is a pleasant surprise for this crown prince. Don't underestimate the Yi Junqing. If this crown prince said that he was the one who conquered Great Chu, it wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. If it wasn't for that woman, how could Yi Hongyi sit so stably on the throne of Chu? Feng Yihan stood in front of the window, the sharpness in his eyes dimming the moonlight and stars. Master is talking about Yao Moxin. In this era where many countries were divided and warlords rose up, those who had left a mark on the political stage, regardless of whether they were men or women, would be remembered. Absolute beauty is easy to wither, even a city is easy to crumble. A woman with such astonishing beauty and absolute wisdom will definitely attract the jealousy of the heavens. What a pity! A trace of pity flashed through Feng Yihan's eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. It seems that the rumors are true. It's truly not worth it for Yi Junqing to miss Mu and his sister-in-law to end up like this. Ting Feng shook his head. It seems that the rumors are true. It's truly not worth it for Brother Mu and sister-in-law to end up like this. Ting Feng shook his head. It's better to betray the country than to betray a beauty's smile. Whether it's worth it or not, only he knows. Has the 7 phantom assassins arrived? Feng Yihan's tone abruptly changed and his expression turned solemn. It seems that Imperial Father has made up his mind to get rid of me and make Feng Duo. It was common for sons and sons to turn against each other in the Imperial family, but just because it was common didn't mean that they were numb to it. Feng Yihan's heart still ached at the thought of being hunted down by his own father. Master, you can't wait any longer. That's right, we really can't wait any longer. Send the order for them to prepare. As long as this crown prince can return alive. Feng Yihan sighed lightly, but the second half of his words were stuck in his throat. Don't worry, master. Ting Feng swears to protect the crown prince with my life. Said Ting Feng firmly. Feng Yihan dismissed Ting Feng with a wave of his hand. He looked at the peach blossom forest in front of him, but it also seemed like he was looking beyond the peach blossoms. Perhaps it was because he didn't want to see Feng Yihan. Yi Hongyi hadn't come to Guan Osprey Palace for the past 2 days. Instead, when Feng Yihan found out that Yi Junqing was staying in Guan Osprey Palace, he actually came to pay a visit. When Feng Yihan appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, it was currently in chaos. Your Highness. There's so much blood, what do we do? Ting Yu's hands trembled as she held the basin of water. She stamped her feet on the ground and tears kept flowing out of her eyes. Don't be noisy. This consort is doing it right now. Yao Moen was half kneeling on the chaise lounge as she rubbed Fluffy's stomach with her hands. She bit down hard on her lips and her forehead was covered in sweat. Chapter 111. How? How could this prince do that? Yi Junqing widened his eyes and took a few steps back as if he was avoiding the god of plague. Then what do we do now? It just won't come out. What do we do? When Yao Moen saw that Fluffy's voice had changed, tears welled up in her eyes. The scene of giving birth was still fresh in her mind. Yao Moen could empathize with Fluffy's pain. I'll do it. Just as everyone was feeling helpless, Feng Yihan suddenly walked forward. His slender fingers gently caressed Fluffy's stomach and pushed it rhythmically. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Fluffy. No one cared about status, or etiquette. How is it? Yao Moen looked towards Feng Yihan worriedly. They were so close, so it was easy for Yao Moen to find a calm expression on his face even though his forehead was covered in sweat. Don't worry, it's fine. Hearing Feng Yihan say this, Yao Moen's heartbeat slowed down slightly. Out of gratitude, Yao Moen subconsciously lifted her hand and wiped Feng Yihan's forehead with her handkerchief. After all, it was for Fluffy, so she had to do something. However, in Yi Junqing's eyes, this scene was extremely dazzling. It came out. Your Highness. Hurry and look, a kitten came out. It's white, just like Fluffy. Ting Yu cheered excitedly. Her eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Don't worry, there's another one. Feng Yihan rubbed Fluffy's stomach rhythmically. As expected, not long after the first kitten was born, another dripping wet kitten came out. Is it done? Yao Moen looked up towards Feng Yihan apprehensively. When their eyes met, Feng Yihan's heart trembled. He couldn't describe how clear and pure those eyes were. They were as beautiful as spring flowers, as beautiful as the summer moon, as beautiful as the autumn wind, as beautiful as the winter snow. The light from those eyes pierced straight into Feng Yihan's heart and illuminated the darkness in his heart. In this moment, Feng Yihan suddenly understood why Yi Hongyi favored her so much. It was because the pure and innocent look in Yao Moen's eyes was what people in the imperial family lacked the most. It couldn't be Fluffy. In this sort of situation, Yao Moen naturally missed the meaning in Feng Yihan's eyes and asked anxiously. "Don't worry, both mother and child are safe." Feng Yihan trembled and immediately restrained the desire in his eyes. Great. Luckily, Fluffy was fine. Fortunately. Yao Moen no longer paid attention to Feng Yihan. She stroked Fluffy's head with both hands, her eyes misty. Especially when she saw the two little fellows sucking on Fluffy's stomach, Yao Moen's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken necklace. Her delicate appearance made people feel pity for her. It's a happy thing that Consort Yao got two kittens. Feng Yihan had the urge to go up and comfort her, but he forcefully suppressed the urge. Behind them, Yi Junqing saw all of this. For some reason, a sour feeling welled up in his heart. It was very faint, but it was definitely there. "I'm fine, I'm just crying tears of joy," Yao Moen blurted out. Her hand was still lovingly stroking Fluffy as if she wanted to give her endless comfort. Tears of joy. Feng Yihan stared at Yao Moen intently as a mysterious light flashed through his eyes. Yeah, that's what they said, right? Yao Moen suddenly realized that she'd lost her composure and immediately raised her head to look towards Yi Junqing. "At least you're not that stupid." "That's what I meant." Yi Junqing naturally understood Yao Moen's intentions and added, "Your Highness Crown Prince, you probably haven't eaten yet, right?" After Yao Moen's reminder, Yi Junqing intentionally distanced himself from Feng Yihan and even changed the way he addressed him. "I know that Junqing lives here, so I wanted to come find you and have a meal together at Harmony Palace. Would Junqing be willing to give me this face?" Feng Yihan withdrew his gaze and turned to look towards Yi Junqing. Crown Prince is too serious. If it weren't for the fact that Fluffy had a problem, Junqing would probably be bothering Crown Prince at Harmony Palace already, said Yi Junqing lightly. "I couldn't ask for more. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang probably still likes these two kittens for a while. Otherwise, Yihan would definitely invite Consort Yao to have a meal together," said Feng Yihan respectfully as he looked towards Yao Moen. "You're a good person. If you invite this consort will definitely go." Yao Moen lifted her young face and nodded firmly. Feng Yihan didn't say anything and only smiled slightly before leaving Guan Osprey Palace with Yi Junqing. As Yao Moen watched Feng Yihan and Yi Junqing leave, the smile on her face froze and her expression turned cold. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" asked Tingyu worriedly when she sensed Yao Moen's strange expression. "I was too excited just now and actually forgot." In front of Feng Yihan, "I'm afraid this idiot's acting is over," said Yao Moen thoughtfully. "Then what should we do? Will he tell His Majesty?" The corners of Tingyu's mouth curled up into a surprised smile, and her face was filled with worry. "Of course not, he's not an idiot." "Forget it, in any case, this consort isn't planning on acting all the way in front of him. Let's just see what he does next," said Yao Moen leisurely. When she looked at Fluffy, her gaze had lost its sharpness and was replaced with a trace of warmth and gentleness. Feng Yihan stood in front of the window, aloof from the world. The night breeze was gentle, and the fragrance of flowers was strong. His white robes fluttered in the wind as if he was riding the wind. "Master, Ting Feng discovered that there are hidden guards in Guan Osprey Palace, and there's more than one." As a hidden guard himself, Ting Feng could naturally sense the unusual auras hidden in Guan Osprey Palace. "How are their martial arts?" Tears of joy. How could an idiot say something like that? Yao Moen was rumored to be an idiot since she was young, but now it seemed that the rumors weren't necessarily true. "One is on par with Ting Feng Chihu, the other is far above Ting Feng," reported Ting Feng. "Oh. Guan Osprey Palace actually has someone like that?" Feng Yihan had reason to be surprised. He knew that Ting Feng was a top expert among the hidden guards. If they were far above him, then what kind of existence was that? This subordinate is incompetent, I couldn't tell where they came from. Ting Feng hung his head in shame. It's fine. No matter where they came from, it's all good for this crown prince. Feng Yihan pursed his lips lightly as a hint of a smile flashed through his eyes. This subordinate doesn't understand. Ting Feng looked towards Feng Yihan in confusion. Since they're hiding in Guan Osprey Palace, then it's very likely that they're Yi Junqing's people. Right now, Yi Junqing is in charge of this crown prince's safety. If something happens to this crown prince, Yi Junqing won't be able to escape responsibility. If the state of Qi investigates, Yi Hongyi will definitely push Yi Junqing out. This is also why Yi Hongyi wants Yi Junqing to be in charge of entertaining this crown prince. Because of this, Yi Junqing will definitely think of a way to protect this crown prince. Feng Yihan's smile deepened. Perhaps he could also fight against the 7 phantom assassins. What if they're that foolish concubine's people? Asked Ting Feng. Then that would be interesting. Feng Yihan looked towards Guan Osprey Palace with his deep eyes. He couldn't help but think back to when their eyes met. Originally, Yao Zhenting getting married again wasn't a big deal, but Yao Moen still decided to go back and take a look. Firstly, she wanted to see which family's girl had run into bad luck. If it was a kind-hearted person, she didn't mind being a good person and saving them. Secondly, she heard that Yao Sulwan would be going back. Ever since Yao Sulwan left last time, she hadn't seen her in quite a few days. She really did miss her. Because the divine fortune teller Yao Zhenting had hired had predicted that the Li family's second miss would have a son in her life, a mother's status would depend on the son's status, Yao Zhenting had changed his decision to take in a wife because he hoped that his first son would be born of the wife. That way, his status would naturally be more respectable. However, Yao Moen scoffed at this explanation because she knew that Yao Zhenting, who had drunk the rootless water, wouldn't have a son anymore. The entire wedding was very grand. There were as many guests as there were clouds, but Yao Zhenting didn't seem very happy. On the other hand, the second miss was smiling brightly like a spring flower. Yao Moen had investigated her. She was called Li Qingqing. She had a narrow-minded and crafty personality. Although she was born of a concubine, she bullied her older sister to the point of almost hanging herself. She clearly wasn't a good person. Chapter 112. You don't know how to kneel and greet this consort when you see this consort. Yao Moen turned around with a faint smile, her eyes clear and calm. There are so many people here, so this consort feels that there's still a need for you to continue feigning ignorance. Otherwise, if some blabbermouth were to report your current appearance to His Majesty, you should know the consequences of deceiving the monarch. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Moen coldly, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. There really isn't a need for that. Moen is His Majesty's favorite concubine right now. Which reckless person would dare to go to His Majesty and speak ill of the woman he loves the most? Yao Moen had a faint smile on her face, but her heart was piercingly cold. Yao Sulwan was her enemy, so she wouldn't let go of any chance to punish her. Yao Moen, don't be too happy so soon. His Majesty favors you because you're a fool. If His Majesty finds out your true colors one day, this consort guarantees that you'll definitely die even more miserably than Yao Moshin. Yao Sulwan's white teeth bit down on her scarlet lips as intense hatred surged in the depths of her eyes. So, second sister saw how big sister died with her own eyes. Moen really wants to know, what were you doing when eldest sister died? Yao Moen approached Yao Sulwan step by step. When she bent down, her cherry lips brushed past Yao Sulwan's ear. The clear sound was like the sudden sound of a death knell from hell. Yao Sulwan abruptly retreated, her hand subconsciously covering her chest. She had always suspected that Yao Mo1 knew the truth behind Yao Mo Xian's death, but this kind of suspicion had no basis. Even she herself felt that it was unimaginable. When Yao Mo Xian died, only His Majesty and she were present. What are you afraid of, second sister? It's not like Moan will eat you. Actually, second older sister is right about one thing. It's because Moan is an idiot that His Majesty likes her. If second older sister is also an idiot. Yao Moan laughed lightly, then turned around and entered the palanquin with Ting Yu's support. The moment the curtain fell, the smile on Yao Moan's face froze. The current Yao Sulwan was already at her wit's end. She believed that Yao Sulwan would continue walking down the path she had laid out for her. When she returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan looked at the two men in the main hall in astonishment and suddenly felt a bit jealous of Fluffy. She saw Yi Junqing and Feng Yihan sitting on either side of Fluffy, each holding a kitten. Especially Yi Junqing, his careful expression was even cuter than that of a kitten. It was extremely laughable. Cough cough. Why didn't you say anything when you came back? The moment Yi Junqing saw Yao Moan, his expression turned slightly embarrassed. He immediately returned the kitten to Fluffy and spoke with a solemn expression. Is this Guan Osprey Palace yours? Does this consort need to inform you that I'm coming back? Yao Moan's expression stiffened as she retorted angrily. Although she sensed that Feng Yihan seemed to have sensed something, she still had to keep up the act. Yihan greets Consort Yao. This is a small gift from Yihan. I hope Consort Yao will accept it. Feng Yihan slowly stood up, but he didn't put the kitten in his hand back. Is it for me? Yao Moan followed Feng Yihan's gaze and saw that on the jadeite table, there was a long golden box studded with diamonds. Yao Mo1 cheerfully walked over to the table and casually opened the gold box. There was a jade hairpin inside, a very simple jade hairpin. The body of the hairpin was made of mutton fat jade and the head of the hairpin was polished from peacock stone. It doesn't look that good either. Yao Moan twirled the jade hairpin in her hand repeatedly. For some reason, her body suddenly swayed and the jade hairpin fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. I'm truly sorry, I wasn't able to hold it properly. Yao Moan looked towards Feng Yihan with a silly smile, then stepped over the pieces of the jade hairpin to walk over to Fluffy. It's fine, Consort Yao doesn't like it anyways. Yihan promises Consort Yao that before I leave, I'll definitely give Consort Yao something you like. However, Yihan has a request. No one noticed that the moment Yao Moan broke the jade hairpin, Feng Yihan's lips curved slightly. You saved Fluffy before. As long as I can do it, I'll promise you. Yao Moan nodded solemnly. Yihan wants this kitten. Feng Yihan lovingly stroked the kitten's snow-white fur as his voice contained a trace of anticipation. But it's still drinking milk. Yao Moan blinked as she looked towards Feng Yihan. It's fine, Yihan can wait a few more days. I hope Consort Yao will be willing to part with it, replied Feng Yihan confidently. Alright, you were the one who saved them after all, so it's fine to give you one. However, you have to swear that you'll definitely treat Fluffy's baby well. Yao Moan seemed to have made a huge decision. Yihan swears. During this entire process, Yi Junqing found that he couldn't get a word in edgewise. The feeling of wanting to speak but not knowing what to say made him feel extremely defeated. How could Feng Yihan be able to chat so happily with an idiot? It even seemed like they regretted not having met earlier. You couldn't have fallen for him, right? You actually gave the baby that Fluffy gave birth to him. And to think that Fluffy was so loyal to you. After Feng Yihan left, Yi Junqing felt indignant on Fluffy's behalf. Ting Yu, prepare dinner. Ting Yu understood tacitly and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace, closing the palace doors behind her. What a good Feng Yihan, cursing people without using profanity. Yao Moen's expression was cold and her voice was cold. He cursed you. Yi Junqing was completely confused. How come he hadn't heard anything? There's such a lousy hairpin in a gold-plated box. He's clearly saying that Moen has a golden jade exterior but is rotten inside. Yao Moen rolled her eyes at Yi Junqing with extreme disdain. No wonder. Then you intentionally broke the jade hairpin. Yi Junqing suddenly understood. At the time, he had also thought that there was some sort of treasure in the golden box. What else? Do I have to thank him? However, he probably knew that Moen was playing dumb, otherwise he wouldn't have used the cat to haggle with this consort, said Yao Moen resentfully as she sat down lazily at the table. What price did he bargain with you? Yi Junqing suddenly wondered if he hadn't used his brain for too long that it had rusted. Otherwise, how could he not have heard that there was something wrong with the conversation just now? He said that he would give Moen something that Moen likes before he leaves. There are two meanings to this. The first is to express his sincerity. As long as Moen agrees to his request, she will definitely receive a generous gift in return. And the word leave is his request. He hopes that Moen can guarantee his safety in the Chu Palace until he leaves, analyzed Yao Moen calmly. Aren't you thinking too much? Yi Junqing didn't think that Feng Yihan's words contained that many layers of meaning. Moen agreed to give him the cat, which means that she agreed to his request. That's why he's stalling for time. Yao Moen let out a long sigh. At the time, she had only known that the Crown Prince of Shu, Chu Maobei, was very cunning. It seemed that this Feng Yihan was even worse. Stalling for time. Compared to Yao Moen's wisdom and quick-wittedness, Yi Junqing suddenly felt that he really couldn't continue to be this dispirited. Waiting for the cat to be weaned is just stalling for time. He's probably already made a move in Qi. Before the time is right, he's going to stay in Harmony Palace. Yao Moen felt like she had been schemed against. She had underestimated Feng Yihan. It can't be that bad, right? Yi Junqing disagreed. When we meet tomorrow, Feng Yihan will definitely ask Prince to extend the duration of the diplomatic mission. Is Prince willing to make this bet with Moen? A strange smile appeared on Yao Moen's tired face as she looked towards Yi Junqing with raised brows. Other than quicksand, anything is fine. Yi Junqing immediately became vigilant. Then forget it. Ting Yu, is dinner not ready yet? Yao Moen looked away from Yi Junqing and called out loudly. Yi Junqing instantly broke out in a cold sweat. That was close, he'd almost been tricked into quicksand by her. Inside Harmony Palace, Feng Yihan was lazily leaning back on a wisteria bamboo chair with a book in hand. The corners of his lips curled up and he was in a very good mood. Master, the scouts have reported that the 7 phantom assassins have appeared in Jingzhe. Based on the estimated route, they'll arrive in Great Chu in 3 days, reported Ting Feng. I really didn't expect that Yao Moen's wisdom wouldn't lose to her older sisters at all. In fact, she might even surpass Yao Moxin's. Even this crown prince wouldn't be able to endure for more than 10 years and be willing to be a fool in the eyes of the world. How did she do it? Feng Yihan acted like he hadn't heard Ting Feng's report. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and doubt. Master, the 7 phantom assassins are about to arrive. Ting Feng deliberately repeated with a worried expression. Even if he had the heart to protect his master, the strength of the 7 phantom assassins didn't allow Ting Feng to be optimistic. Chapter 113. When this crown prince sent the colored glass box to Guan Osprey Palace today, guess what happened? Even now, Feng Yihan was still amazed by Yao Moan's incomparable wisdom. This subordinate doesn't know. Ting Feng was a bit anxious. The 7 phantom assassins were about to arrive, but his master was so fixated on a fool. How could he not be anxious? Yao Moan broke the jade hairpin. Feng Yihan's voice contained a trace of admiration. This subordinate doesn't understand. Why does Prince need to be so fixated on the actions of a fool? The 7 phantom assassins. Before Ting Feng could finish, he was interrupted by Feng Yihan. Yao Moan isn't a fool. Not only that, she's extremely intelligent. She already promised this Crown Prince that she would ensure Crown Prince's safety while she stays in Chu Palace until she leaves. Feng Yihan's smile was deep and his eyes were firm. That woman isn't a fool. How could that be possible? Ting Feng didn't think much of it. At the welcoming banquet, just that outfit alone was enough to make people blush with shame. You don't believe me. This Crown Prince will prove it to you tomorrow night. Feng Yihan suddenly looked forward to fighting with Yao Moan again. Then the 7 phantom assassins. Ting Feng asked unwillingly. From the looks of it, it's hard to say who will win. You can leave. Feng Yihan's expression was less gloomy and more calm. He didn't know why, but he had no reason to believe Yao Moan. He believed that this mysterious woman would definitely give him the safety he wanted. The next day, when Yi Junqing heard Feng Yihan's request to stay for a few more days, he was extremely glad that he hadn't made the bet with Yao Moan on impulse. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. From the day Crown Prince moved in, this Harmony Palace belongs to Your Highness. You can stay however long Crown Prince wishes to stay. Junqing will sincerely welcome you, replied Yi Junqing. In that case, Yihan will be grateful. A hypocrite cherishes a hypocrite, and a hero cherishes a hero. Even though Yi Junqing was in a difficult situation right now, in Feng Yihan's heart, this person was always more worthy of his respect than Yi Hongyi. Although Yi Hongyi didn't care much about Feng Yihan's arrival, he still had to follow the usual etiquette. Thus, Yi Junqing brought Feng Yihan out of the imperial palace to the Ministry of Rites. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan was sipping tea when Yin Shui suddenly appeared. Master, Ben Lei has sent news that Great Shu is currently moving troops towards Mangyuan's Linjun County. It seems they intend to send troops. Yin Shui handed the light purple letter over to Yao Moan. Yao Moan's lips curved into a helpless smile as she looked at the letter in her hand. Whenever she thought of Chu Maobei, she would feel a headache coming on. He was an extremely troublesome fellow. It seems like Chu Maobei is certain that Feng Yihan will die in Great Chu, which is why he acted so early. This time, he's a bit too arrogant. Yin Shui, is the 7 phantom assassins really that powerful? As Yao Moan spoke, she casually placed the letter into the teacup. The purple letter melted as soon as it entered the water and disappeared without a trace. This kind of writing paper was made from edible pollen. When mixed with tea, it had a refreshing taste. Replying Master, this subordinate has never fought with them, but I've heard rumors that they're proficient in illusions. Every time someone dies by their hands, they always have a smile on their face, as if they don't feel any pain. Also, the 7 phantom assassins have never failed before. Yin Shui explained everything she knew. This consort hasn't seen Nanxing in a long time. Take some time today to return to Phoenix Feather Manor and pass on a message for this consort. Tell him that Moan misses him. Also, send a reply to Ben Lei and tell him to be patient. Chu Maobei won't have a chance to send troops, said Yao Moan indifferently as she took a sip of tea. Yes. Yin Shui's lips twitched. She had 10,000 reasons to believe that Yan Nanxing didn't want to see her master even in his dreams. Once Yin Shui left, Tingyu rushed in from outside the palace. Your Highness, it's bad. What is it? Yao Moen wasn't flustered. After experiencing all sorts of hardships, Yao Moen believed that there was nothing that could catch her unprepared. Your Highness consortly has gone stupid. Ting Yu's words were shocking. When Yao Moen heard this, the hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This child was worth teaching. In the end, Yao Sulwan didn't disappoint her. On the shore of Jade Lake, no matter how Mingyu tried to stop her, Yao Sulwan still broke free from Mingyu and jumped into the lake. Fortunately, it was early summer, so the lake water was warm. Your Highness. Hurry and come up. Be careful of the wind. Mingyu didn't know how to swim, so she could only shout from the shore. No. There's a 7-colored fish in this lake. Sulwan must catch it. If His Majesty likes it, Sulwan must catch it and present it to His Majesty. Yao Sulwan dived into the lake and didn't come out for a while. Your Highness. Someone come. Hurry and save Your Highness. Mingyu looked at the lake in terror, her forehead covered in sweat. When Yao Moen came, this was the scene she saw. What is second older sister doing? Yao Moen walked to Mingyu's side and looked towards Jade Lake suspiciously. Consort Yao. Your Highness, Consort Yao, hurry and persuade my master. This servant has never heard that there are 7-colored fish in this world. Early this morning, Your Highness ran out like a madwoman and said that she must catch a 7-colored fish to present to His Majesty. Your Highness has already gone down for a long time. If she continues like this, her strength will run out and something big will happen. Mingyu knelt at Yao Moen's feet and begged. 7-colored fish. Wander has never seen one before either. Yao Moen's clear and calm eyes emitted a faint halo. Her jade fingers rested on her cheeks as she looked at Yao Sulwan, who was flopping around in the lake with interest. The corners of her lips curved into a playful smile. Consort Yao. Mingyu looked towards Yao Moen in astonishment. For a moment, she seemed to see a flash of light in the depths of Yao Moen's eyes. It seemed that Yao Sulwan saying that Yao Moen wasn't an idiot wasn't impossible. Your Majesty. You came. Yao Moen knew that Mingyu was suspicious, but she didn't care. She jogged over to greet Yi Hongyi. Wander, why are you here as well? Ever since Feng Yihan moved into Harmony Palace, Yi Hongyi had refrained from going to Guan Osprey Palace in order to avoid awkwardness. Now that he saw Yao Moen at Jade Lake, Yi Hongyi almost forgot his purpose for coming. Wander heard that second older sister wanted to catch 7-colored fish, so I came to help second older sister. Your Majesty, wait here, Wander will go into the lake right now. Yao Moen walked towards Jade Lake in a very serious manner but was pulled into Yi Hongyi's embrace. Nonsense. How could there be 7-colored fish in this world? Yi Hongyi's gentle tone didn't contain the slightest bit of reproach. He held Yao Moen tightly in his embrace as if he was holding a rare treasure. The fragrance of her body that he hadn't felt for a long time caused Yi Hongyi to become restless. Your Majesty, Her Highness Consortly has already gone down for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If she still doesn't come up, this servant is afraid that Her Highness won't be able to endure it. Seeing Yi Hongyi appear, Mingyu immediately knelt and begged. Nonsense, second older sister's duckwater is better than anyone else. It's only been the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Second older sister said that there are 7-colored fish in the lake. It's true. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi innocently, her tender red lips slightly pouting, causing Yi Hongyi's heart to race. All right, then have Consortly search a bit more. Wander ran over here, right? Her forehead is covered in sweat. Yi Hongyi's gaze fell greedily on Yao Moen's lustrous and plump red lips. His slightly rough fingers caressed Yao Moen's forehead, his movements as gentle as the wind. Mingyu hadn't expected that His Majesty wouldn't stop her master. Her heart suddenly chilled and she looked worriedly towards the figure swimming in Jade Lake. Why isn't there any? Sulwan must find 7 colored fish. Why isn't there any? Sulwan clearly dreamed of it. It was a celestial being who came to me in my dream. In the middle of the lake, Yao Sulwan swam more and more frantically, her body becoming weaker and weaker. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.